Chapter 3:14. Rumble, the blood-colored tactical matrix that covered hundreds of feet shook. As time went by, the magnitude of the vibration became greater and greater. Cracks appeared and extended to the feet of Qi Xianqing and the old beggar. What's the matter? The old beggar's pneuma was much worse than 10 months ago. He looked at Qi Xianqing, who was also weak, with surprise and doubt, but he saw that the latter frowned. It was the first time to drive the tactical matrix of reincarnation in such a way. How could he know the changes? Boom, boom, boom. The movement of the tactical matrix was getting greater and greater. A large number of tactical matrix patterns were broken during the vibration, and the pneuma also had the tendency to spread out. Qi Xianqing and the old beggar had no choice but to suppress it. But no matter how the tactical matrix shook, the blood cocoon in the center of the tactical matrix was still motionless. Failed. The old beggar's face was slightly pale. The matrix patterns were broken, which meant that the tactical matrix stopped running, and the blood cocoon was still motionless. There was only one result. That was, the person in the tactical matrix was dead. Qi Xianqing, you said 60 or 70%. What about me? This tactical matrix has cost us 10,000 years of life. How can we just let it go? Qi Xianqing's face was gloomy and he didn't speak. His gray eyes stared at the blood cocoon. He didn't believe that Suli, who had always been determined, could not bear the pain and died. Well, it's fate. The old beggar saw that the blood cocoon in the middle of the tactical matrix also began to peel off and be damaged. He couldn't help but sigh and withdrew his means. This place is about to collapse, and the movement will not be small. In order to prevent the mirror spirit from noticing, we should leave early. Qi Xianqing seemed not to hear it and still stared at the blood cocoon. The free and easy old beggar, who always laughed at the world of mortals and didn't care about anything, finally became angry. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound like cloth. Although the sound was very small, it could not escape the ears of the two old guys. Qi Xianqing's eyes instantly brightened. Then, he saw a pale hand stretched out from the crack of the blood cocoon, and then tore it hard. Ha 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 ha! Success! The smile on Qi Xianqing's face couldn't stop expanding, and the old beggar was also surprised. He stared at the figure slowly struggling out of the blood cocoon, for fear of missing any details. But after Suli completely got out of the blood cocoon, Qi Xianqing saw a mass of blood in her arms, and the smile on his face immediately froze. What was that? When Suli saw the two dispirited old people, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes, but it soon calmed down. 10 months was enough for her to understand many things. This included why the two ancient existences in front of him seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, and their auras were weak. The tens of thousands of life rings alone only occupied 70% of the resources of the heavenly isolation formation, and the other 30% came from these two people. From their expressions, it could be seen how much they had paid to operate the formation. Unfortunately, I failed. Suli suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was hard and harsh, as if her throat had been seriously hurt. It was not as pleasant as usual. Failed? The old beggar's expression changed slightly. He moved closer and said, "You can come out alive, how could you?" Before he finished his words, he finally saw what Suli was holding in her arms. To be exact, it was a bloody swaddle. In the swaddling clothes, a baby that looked like it was carved from jade was sleeping peacefully. It was as if this embrace, which was filled with the smell of blood, was the most peaceful place in the world. A newborn child? The old beggar exclaimed, "How could you have a child?" Although he was in the dark, Suli's activities in these years had always been in his eyes. Suli had never consummated with Lingli. How could she be pregnant? Before the old beggar's question was answered, Qi Xianqing, whose eyes were faintly red, finally said angrily, "You gave all the opportunities to him? Do you know what it means? Do you know?" I know. Suli looked calm. She reached out and gently stroked the delicate cheek of the child in her arms. A trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. I failed, but you didn't fail. Raise him well, and you can still get out of here. Suli! A loud shout seemed to exhaust Qi Xianqing's remaining strength. He was full of sorrow, but looking at Su Li's peaceful face, he didn't know what to say. Although they were not of the same clan, although he used Su Li in this plan, everything he did might be selfish, but Su Li was definitely the one who benefited the most in the end. But now, in the illusion, even if you give birth, you'll only get the soul from the outside world. He's not your son at all. You're giving this opportunity to others just like that. Don't tell me that I'm old and muddled, and you're muddled too? Master! Su Li looked at Qi Xianqing, who almost wanted to strangle the baby in her arms. She called him sincerely for the first time, which made him shocked. His eyes filled with anger restored calmness. Good. I will give you a chance. If you can't convince me, I will kill the child in your arms. Sensing the unquestionable emotion in Qi Xianqing's words, Su Li smiled slightly. She glanced at the old beggar who was listening and called softly, Jing Xian. As the voice fell, a rainbow light came, and Jing Xian was surprised. Master, you succeeded? Su Li shook her head. Go to eliminate the movement of the tactical matrix and prepare a quiet room. Jing Xian was slightly stunned. Seeing the swaddle in Su Li's arms, although she had many doubts, she did as she was told. A moment later, in the quiet room. Master, there is one thing you are wrong about. Su Li gently put down the swaddle in her arms. The baby immediately stretched out his hands uncomfortably, as if he wanted to grasp something. One thing I can be sure of is that he is my son. He is a newborn soul, not from the outside world. Hearing Su Li's words, Qi Xianqing suddenly frowned, but he didn't get angry. He pointed at the baby's naguan. After a long time, there was no abnormal phenomenon. No life ring. The old beggar was suddenly shocked and stood up. Is it a creature in the illusion? But it is not right. Girl, you are from the outside world. According to the law of reincarnation mirror, your offspring in this world will inevitably choose a soul from any life ring in the outside world to integrate with it. How can a new soul appear? Su Li glanced at Qi Xianqing, who was thoughtful, and shook her head. Senior, did you forget my identity? The old beggar was stunned, and then his eyes suddenly shook. He pointed at Su Li and said unbelievably, You changed the law of reincarnation mirror and succeeded? Doesn't that mean? Su Li shook her head and said, Senior, you think too highly of me. At best, I am just a lonely ghost with a little authority. How can I change the law of reincarnation mirror? This time, I just broke through the shackles with the help of the big tactical matrix. If there is no big tactical matrix, I can't do it even if I try my best. I see. The old beggar was enlightened, and his eyes focused on the sleeping baby. His pair of turbid eyes gradually shone. Can this child really take us out of reincarnation mirror? Su Li smiled slightly. If the prediction of the seniors is right, it is reasonable. Let's not talk about this first. Qi Xianqing suddenly opened his mouth, and his face was faintly irritable. He stared at Su Li's pale face and said in a deep voice, Disciple, tell me the truth. How much time is left? The old beggar reacted quickly when he heard the words, and his eyes moved from the baby to Su Li, who had been smiling and acting as if nothing had happened. If you didn't say it, I would have ignored it. You are haunted by the blood elixir in your body, and now you give all the opportunities of tactical matrix of reincarnation to your son. How can you survive? There was a silence in response to him. The atmosphere in the adytum immediately became heavy. Qi Xianqing patted the table impatiently. Finally, in the astonished eyes of the old beggar, he asked repeatedly, Why? Is it so disgusting to be my apprentice that you don't even hesitate to die? Or do you not want to live at all? Now you have a son, which is just what you want. Su Li was still silent. She stretched out her fingers and gently teased the baby, who was less than a month old in swaddling clothes. The pain in the blood cocoon, as the life ring invaded little by little, was like the torture of thousands of snakes. Even now, thinking about it, she shuddered. The boundless suffering made her go back to the most miserable years in her previous life. At that time, there was a movement in her lower abdomen. The little bit of pure vitality condensed. Yes, it was the son she had lost in her previous life. You finally forgave me, and finally came back to find me. The joy of regaining what she had lost almost suppressed everything in an instant, and even the increasing pain was nothing. According to the secret method of controlling the reincarnation mirror in her memory, she forcibly broke the rules and took in a new soul from the outside world. Then, she stayed in the blood cocoon, watching the life in her lower abdomen grow slowly, and waited for the day when he would come with her full of expectation. However, she had forgotten that her situation was not one that a small, ordinary life could survive in. But 5 months old, the breath of life in her lower abdomen no longer increased, but because of the harsh environment of tactical matrix of reincarnation, it began to disappear slowly. No, it can't dissipate. At that moment, Su Li felt as if her heart was cut by a knife. The scene of losing her son in her previous life reappeared, adding another scar. She couldn't bear to lose her child again. Since ordinary life can't survive, then I will let you become a rare dragon or phoenix. Without thinking for too long, Su Li made a crazy decision. Then, all the opportunities, including the life ring, tactical matrix of reincarnation, and bloody elixir, were transmitted to the unformed life in her lower abdomen through her body. But how could Qi Xianqing, an ancient existence with indifferent bloodline, empathize with the pain of loss? So, after a long silence, Su Li finally said lightly, "My life is in my own hands." Qi Xianqing opened his mouth and said nothing for a while. Chapter 3:15. Qi Xianqing and the old beggar left, but they didn't take Su Li's son away. It was probably because the movement was too big this time, and they couldn't guarantee that they would not be noticed by the mirror spirit. If the mirror spirit noticed Su Li's son in advance, it was not a good thing for them. Su Li took her son out of practice and didn't contact with others. She only asked Fang Yuan to come over and talk with him for a night. In everyone's ardent expectation, only Fang Yuan came out of the addendum. No, there was also the crying baby in his arms. Yin Xuerong was stunned and looked at the baby in surprise. She couldn't help asking, "Where is Su Li?" Although they didn't talk to Su Li, they all saw Su Li and Fang Yuan talking in the addendum. Why was he the only one who came out at night? Fang Yuan pursed his lips tightly. At this moment, compared with his usual indifference, he had a lot of unwillingness and sadness that couldn't be explained. However, no matter how much his heart was bleeding and how much he wanted to destroy the world, he didn't show it on his face. Facing Yin Xuerong's question, he shook his head blankly and said, "She has left. It's urgent. But before she left, she told me the next arrangement of the Linli building. Time is pressing. Let's go back first." Yin Xuerong and others didn't doubt him and immediately went back. At the same time, they were relieved. It seemed that Su Li's crisis had passed, and the Linli building didn't need to worry about being leaderless. Fang Yuan. Who is this child? Chu Qingning couldn't help but ask. It was too strange that there was a child inexplicably. Fang Yuan looked down at the baby who was tired of crying. His eyes were full of love and hatred. He hated so much that he was crazy. This child was Ling Li's son. But he also loved him, because the blood flowing in his body was Su Li's. Eldest brother? Fang Mu reminded. Fang Yuan suddenly came to his sense. After a moment of silence, he said, "I will raise this child personally. He won't cause any trouble. You don't need to worry about him." Then, He left first regardless of everyone's reaction. Tut tut, Chu Qingning shook his head and said, falling flowers are longing for love, but the heartless stream is heartless. Fang Yuan, you are really depraved. Don't say that. Yin Xuedong complained. Seeing that Fang Yuan's figure had disappeared in the spiritual boundary, she could not help but sigh. It was not difficult to guess who the child's parents were. But if it was true, Fang Yuan's life was too bitter. In the northern snow country of the true spirit world, it was currently winter. The wasteland outside the city was covered in snow, and the world was quiet. The two soldiers guarding the city rubbed their hands and cursed, "This damn weather is freezing people to death. If I didn't have a Hotian 8th stage cultivation now, I would have been frozen to death." As soon as he said this, the other soldier, whose lips were purple from the cold, smiled bitterly and said, "You're at the 8th layer, and I'm only at the 7th layer. Every day, I'm covered in injuries from the cold. Even my monthly stipend is used to treat my injuries. I really can't live like this. Just bear with it. The weather will be warmer in a few months." The soldier rubbed his hands hard again. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes brightened. "I heard that there is a peerless tactical matrix running in the area of Shaoshan Palace, a big sect in the northern snow country. It can change the sky and the earth. It's spring all year round. It's really a place of immortals. If I can go there once in my life, I will die for it." The soldier with purple lips smiled and was about to say something. Suddenly, his eyes straightened and he pointed to a black spot in the vast snow outside the city. He exclaimed, "What's that?" The other person was also startled. He used his eyesight to look, and as the black dot gradually approached, he saw the silhouette clearly. He immediately said in bewilderment, "It looks like a person?" "What seems to be? It's a person." The two were shocked and immediately went around the city wall to open the gate. At the same time, they were also puzzled. How could someone come to the snow country in this weather? But there was no doubt that the person who could withstand the extremely cold wind and snow was definitely a senior that they couldn't afford to offend. Not long after the two of them opened the city gate, a black-clothed young girl walked through the snowstorm. Her skin was pale and translucent like crystal, perfectly blending in with the snow. Her cold and indifferent expression directly pierced into the hearts of the two, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. "Oh my God, where does this iceberg beauty come from? Why is it colder than the snow?" The soldier murmured to himself and watched the girl in black leave. He felt relieved and was about to close the door, but he saw the girl stop and look at him. At this moment, the soldier's hair stood on end, as if he was stared at by an ancient beast. He couldn't move and was frightened. "I ask you, where is Shaoshan Palace?" "Shaoshan Palace." The soldier shivered and subconsciously pointed in the direction he heard. Whoosh! The girl's figure disappeared instantly, as if she had never appeared. "Did we meet a ghost?" The two soldiers looked at each other and only felt that their mouths were dry. What they saw today became the most peculiar experience in their ordinary lives. The girl in black was Suli. She walked alone in the wind and snow in silence. After a few days, she stopped and looked at the holy mountain of Shaoshan Palace through the layers of illusory tactical matrix. 900 points of foundation left. Suli whispered to herself after closing her eyes to sense it. After the blood elixir was transmitted into her son's body, it was completely quiet. She spent several months to get back more than 1,000 points of foundation. She hurried with all her strength and spent more than 100 points. The foundation is more durable than before. Suli calculated and found this. Maybe it was the effect of the tactical matrix of absolute sky. But at this point, she had no time to care about these details. Old ancestor of Shaoshan Palace. Suli squinted her eyes and walked straight to the Shaoshan Palace. Although Jing Xian said that the old ancestor of Shaoshan Palace had temporarily given up contact with the Dongfang family and hid in the palace, but who could guarantee that after she left, the old ancestor of Shaoshan Palace would not come back and attack the Yinma cult? Both the old beggar and the master were weak. If the news was known by Shaoshan Palace, even if the Yinma cult and the Linli building were tied together, they couldn't compare to Shaoshan Palace. Thinking of this, Su Li's killing intent soared. Shaoshan Palace must die. Otherwise, she couldn't leave peacefully. Who are you? How dare you break into my Shaoshan Palace? Tell me your purpose, or I won't forgive you. As soon as she passed through the illusion matrix, many elders in the Shaoshan Palace were immediately shocked. In the blink of an eye, several rainbows flew to her. Su Li glanced at them. 10 people at the peak of the inborn realm and 3 in the longevity realm. It deserved to be the first force in the spiritual circle. However, if all these people die, the old ancestor of Shaoshan Palace should come out. Su Li's face was cold. At the moment when many elders stopped, she pulled out the sword in her hand. Boom! An earth-shattering aura instantly enveloped the 13 people, causing this group of elders, who usually lived like princes, to turn pale with fright. No, she is a senior in the late stage of longevity realm. Retreat! Go to ask the Grand Elder. Only the senior in the supernatural realm can capture the demon girl at one stroke. The elders who had just stopped saw that the situation was not good and ran away quickly. But Su Li had the intention to kill them, so she wouldn't let them go. She increased her strength from 10% to 20%, and her body movement suddenly increased. She flashed in front of the elder who escaped the fastest, and indifferently raised the sword to cut down. You have no chance. Go to hell. Boom! A burning light like the sun burst out from the tip of the sword and quickly enlarged in front of the elder. No! The elder only let out a scream, and was completely drowned by the sword light. Su Li didn't stop and continued to kill the remaining elders. After the tactical matrix of Ju Tian, her realm had far exceeded the level of the longevity realm. She couldn't estimate her specific strength. However, no matter whether they reached the supernatural realm or not, these elders who were only in the first and second realms of longevity realm had no strength to escape in front of her. Which Excellency Guzhou came to visit my palace? Please be merciful. In the middle of killing, a terrible pneuma finally rose in the forbidden area of the Shaoshan Palace. Su Li stopped and stood in the nothingness, looking at it calmly. Since the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace had come out, she didn't need to waste her foundation anymore. However, in less than a breath, the space in front of Su Li was distorted for a moment, and then an old man in a green robe stepped out. After seeing Su Li, his triangular eyes immediately glowed, and a subtle look flashed from his eyes. At the same time, he didn't forget to say, "Why are these unpresentable juniors so angry?" After a moment, the old man in a green robe seemed to see something, and his eyes suddenly fixed. "Your Excellency, who are you? I know almost all the practitioners of the Guzhou province like the back of my hand. Why have I never seen you, and your bone age?" A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face, and she was extremely cold. "You ask me who I am? I am the one who will kill you." Boom! A wave that was 100 times stronger than before broke out without warning. In an instant, the surrounding palaces and pavilions were shaken into powder, and countless disciples of the Shaoshan Palace died. The old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace's face changed greatly. This momentum was no less than the supernatural realm. "Damn it! You dare to attack me! Aren't you afraid of being suppressed to death by the reincarnation mirror?" Under the premise of the agreement, the ancient existence didn't expect that Su Li would attack him. Almost all of Su Li's attacks hit him. But even so, after the vast wave passed, although the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace was covered with blood and some injuries, his limbs were still intact. He flashed back and wanted to keep a distance from Su Li. Su Li frowned slightly. She attacked with all her strength, but the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace was only slightly injured. The existence of the ancient level was really not so easy to kill. Sensing that there was still more than half of the foundation, Su Li's eyes showed determination. Originally, she wanted to go back to have a look after finishing this thing, but now, burn! With a deafening shout between heaven and earth, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace was horrified to see that Su Li's body was ignited with a layer of white flame. He suddenly thought of something and immediately shouted in horror, "Burn the foundation. You are an outsider. You are actually—" Chapter 316. In the Shaoshan Palace, countless palaces collapsed, and the earth veins were broken, shaking thousands of miles. Even the small city of the Snow Country at the foot of the Divine Mountain could feel the shaking. Countless ordinary mortals and low-level warriors escaped from their houses and stood on the street, looking at the source of the earthquake with uncertainty. That direction is the Shaoshan Palace. Did something happen to the Shaoshan Palace? Impossible. The Shaoshan Palace is a powerful force. It is known as the first in the spiritual circle. How could it be attacked to its base camp? Whether it is or not, we will know after a while. The news will come out eventually. At this moment, above the Divine Mountain, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace fled crazily, but there were still countless scars on his body. In the blink of an eye, he was seriously injured. Su Li burned her foundation, and her combat power increased several times. At the beginning, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace could resist with the trump card in his hand. But as time went by, the protective treasure in his hand exceeded the bearing limit. After it burst, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace immediately smelled the breath of death. Regardless of the loss of the treasure, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace suppressed his anger and persuaded her, "Fellow practitioner, what is the irreconcilable hatred between us? Why do you have to die with me regardless of your life? Tell me. Let's bury the hatchet. Why do we have to hurt each other?" Su Li heard the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, and then a more violent attack burst from the sword. "Maybe not before. But after today, if I let you go, you will never let me go." She didn't know the details of the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, but she knew his temperament from Tantai Fengfeng. He was narrow-minded, vengeful, and extremely protective. After Ling Li killed the Dongfang family, as long as the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace knew that there was no threat to him, he would not mind to destroy any weak existence related to him. Seeing that Su Li did not stop, but attacked more fiercely, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, who had always wanted to calm down, was completely desperate. Then the anger and viciousness in his heart broke out like a flood. "Ignorant junior, you are just like an ant. If you really want to die, I will help you." In the end, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace's anger turned into an inhuman roar. The next moment, his skinny body immediately swelled like a balloon. His clothes burst in the blink of an eye, and he turned into a behemoth that was taller than the central hall of the Shaoshan Palace. Walala! Pieces of white scales appeared on the surface of the skin. Su Li looked dignified. She flew hundreds of meters away and finally saw the monster clearly. The old ancestor of the Shaoshan sect was a shifty-eyed pangolin monster. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? It even collapsed the central hall. Monster. Our old ancestor is actually a demon. No wonder there are human experts attacking us. Run. I actually cultivated in a demon's lair for 100 years. How terrifying! As soon as the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace showed his real body, the people of the Shaoshan Palace immediately became distracted. Many loyal disciples were at a loss and forgot to dodge. They were crushed into blood by the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace. After transforming into the original body, old ancestor of the Shaoshan realm could no longer maintain the calmness of the human tribe. His big eyes were bloodthirsty. He waved his forearms furiously. Many elders and disciples who had just escaped to the edge of the mountain-protecting tactical matrix were smashed into a cloud of blood mist before they could resist. All traitors must die. The old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace roared and started to kill. Although his body was huge, his speed did not decrease, but became faster. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few living creatures left on the holy mountain of the Shaoshan Palace. Very few escaped. Su Li stood in the air behind the crazy pangolin. Her face was paler than before. Her wrists were faintly transparent, and light could be penetrated from them. The destruction of the Shaoshan Palace could be said to be caused by her, but she did not feel guilty at all. Time was approaching. In order to fulfill her wish, she had already become a devil without bottom line and principles as in the previous life. Less than 300 foundation, Su Li murmured. The feeling of dying had never been so clear. Maybe as long as she waved her sword 3 times with all her strength, she would die completely. However, after the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace returned to the original body, his defense power was greatly increased. 3 swords couldn't even break his scales. If the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace hadn't become less intelligent and hadn't noticed her, she might have been seriously injured now. The strength of the ancient existence. Su Li frowned and clenched the hilt of the sword. She still took it for granted. Her memory told her that her foundation in the Jiuzhou region was no more than 1,000 years. Even if she could gather all the foundation in an instant, she might not be the opponent of the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, not to mention the less than 1,000 foundation. In this way, she might not be able to eliminate the threat for him. Su Li's face showed a touch of regret. Then suddenly she was stunned and looked up. There was a sense of familiarity from the soul. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, who was still raging on the holy mountain, let out a roar in a panic. Then he clawed the ground crazily. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was submerged in the ground. He wants to escape. Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened. She did not hesitate to raise the sword in her hand. She rushed out and slashed at the ground. This slash evaporated 200 foundation, but the result was obvious. An unprecedented shock passed into the ground, and a big hole appeared in the ground, which just made the head of the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace reappear. Roar! A roar of fear far greater than anger came from his mouth. Then, before he continued to sink into the ground, everything suddenly became quiet. To be precise, everything was still, except Su Li, who was still gasping. Su Li looked down at her almost invisible hands, and then looked up at the clouds in the sky. There a face appeared. It was not a human face, or the face of any creature in the world. At least in Su Li's memory, there was no such creature. But she felt that this face was extraordinarily harmonious, as if it was the most perfect combination between heaven and earth. The inferior demon imprisoned the Shaoshan Palace, showed its original body and disturbed the reincarnation mirror realm. You should die. Su Li's pupils shrank suddenly. As the cold mechanical voice resounded in her ears, the Shaoshan Palace, who was still desperately fleeing, directly dissipated. Like a fragile sand sculpture, it drifted away with the wind after being air-dried. Except for a little ash, there was no trace left. Witnessing this scene, even Su Li, who was fearless, couldn't help but feel a throb in her heart. What kind of means was this? The power of words. Even in the Jiuzhou region, there was absolutely no such a terrifying existence that she had heard. What on earth was the reincarnation mirror? Su Li was silent and calmed down. She would never know the answer. It's you? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice sounded in her ears, which was a little more lively than the mechanical voice just now. Then, before Su Li could respond, a transmission wave suddenly swept over, and the face in the sky disappeared without a trace. After a while, some warriors finally dared to come to the Shaoshan Palace to find out what happened. When they saw the doomsday scene of blood and broken walls on the holy mountain, they were so scared that they couldn't even speak. Since then, the news of the destruction of the Shaoshan Palace spread throughout the real spiritual circle at a very fast speed, as if it had wings. Everyone was guessing what kind of existence could destroy the number one power in the real spiritual circle in one day. Thinking of the horror behind it, the whole spiritual circle fell into panic. In the reopened Linli building, Fang Yuan stared at the intelligence file from the Wanjian sect on the table. He was silent for a long time. When the baby cried in the inner room, he got up and walked into the inner room. After coaxing the child to sleep again, Fang Yuan looked at the dark night outside the window and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he closed the window and then nailed it. He turned over his palm, and a small wooden memorial tablet appeared in his hand. Then he put it in the gap of the nailed window sill and covered it with curtains. No one could see the clue. After doing all this, Fang Yuan returned to the bed and sat down cross-legged. "Su Li, if there is a next life, can I wait for you?" There was a low murmur in the room, with unspeakable sadness and softness. No one could imagine that he, who had always been decisive and cold, would have such a voice. At this moment, in a golden palace with no end, Su Li stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the existence in front of her, whose claws were thousands of times higher than her. Was this the mirror spirit of reincarnation mirror? Su Li took a deep breath. Facing this existence, she felt small as facing the sea. The pangolin demon, which was hundreds of meters high, was only the size of a claw in front of it. There was such a huge monster in the world. If it was in the outside world, even the space of one region could not accommodate it. When Su Li was amazed by the mirror spirit, the ancient existence also opened its eyes and looked at Su Li. After a while, a voice like a big bell reverberated from the huge palace. "I remember that you are the human who woke me up hundreds of years ago." Su Li was slightly stunned. In her memory, she was the holy girl in that sect. It was indeed her who touched reincarnation mirror and made a vision appear. "I see. There is a breath of the Master in your soul. Maybe you are the descendant left by the Master. But this breath is too weak, and you are about to dissipate, so it is useless." The Master of Reincarnation Mirror? Su Li had doubts in her heart, but she didn't ask. There were only dozens of points of foundation left in her body, and the speed of dissipation was accelerating. In a few minutes, she would die, so it was useless to ask so much. "Originally, I was still optimistic about you, and even let you control a part of reincarnation mirror to do things for me after you passed the 9 reincarnations, but now the voice of the mirror spirit suddenly became indifferent. For a nominal cultivation companion, you chose to die. So, I misjudged you. Since you chose to die, don't be too reluctant to leave the world. Let's go." Chapter 317. The Breath of a Chess Piece. After Su Li disappeared, the indifferent look of the mirror spirit gradually showed a touch of coldness. "Is it a conspiracy against me that she touched me?" It was one of the most ancient existences in the world and could sense the past and the future. Since Su Li entered the reincarnation mirror, it fell into a deep sleep again. This time it woke up, on the one hand, because of Shaoshan, and on the other hand, it sensed the threat from Su Li. What kind of existence could pose a threat to it? Certainly, it couldn't be Su Li herself. The answer must be that someone behind Su Li was manipulating her to deal with her. Therefore, after it sensed carefully and couldn't trace the source, it made a prompt decision to end Su Li's life. In this way, the crisis in the dark dissipated in advance. With the disappearance of Su Li, the mirror spirit sensed for a while and confirmed that the hidden crisis had receded. Then it slowly closed its eyes and fell asleep. Because of the war in ancient times, its injury was too serious. If there were no other healing treasures, it could only rely on a long sleep to recover. The sun rose and the moon set. In a twinkling of an eye, another half a year passed in the world of the illusion of reincarnation. In this half a year, the situation in the secular world had been completely different. In the imperial palace of Dahan country, it was cold and silent, like the peace after the storm. The bright sunshine shone through the wooden door of the hall, bringing a trace of warmth to the cool hall. Lingli, who stood in front of the golden throne, looked as cold as winter. His face was like a deep cold pool with no end in sight. Dongfang Wuxue shrank his neck and withdrew his gaze. There was a trace of fear on his face, although he just sent his father to hell by himself. Not for anything else, it turned out that his mother had already been killed by this traitor. No wonder that he could no longer receive any news about his mother in the past 2 years. It was not that his mother didn't love him, but the only person who cared about him in the world had disappeared. Thinking of this, a touch of coldness appeared on his immature face. He looked at the civil and military officials kneeling below the hall with hatred. His mother's death must have something to do with these people. Among the officials, the most shocked one was Mrs. Gu. She stared blankly at her grandson, who stood tall and straight in front of the golden throne, like a dragon among men. Was this really her third grandson? When she received the news last night, she thought it would be a game with Dongfang Xiao as usual. But she didn't expect that when she entered the hall, she saw all the officials kneeling on the ground and shouting at Dongfang Xiao, who was horrified. "Your Majesty, please abdicate your throne. Your Majesty, please abdicate your throne. Your Majesty, please abdicate your throne." The third grandson, who had always been ignorant and foppish, stood in front of Dongfang Xiao like a magic sword. He looked down and was full of killing intent. "Dongfang Xiao, you are the emperor of a country. But you are jealous of the talented and perverse. You assassinated 3 generations of my Ling family. My grandfather, father, and brother all died in your hands. With such a big heart, how could you be the ruler of a country?" Dongfang Wuxue. Yes. Dongfang Wuxue, who had always been harmless in front of many princes, was like a cub at this moment, showing his sharp claws and teeth. "Although you are my father, you killed my mother. You deserve to die." After saying that, he raised the sword in his hand and fiercely chopped at Dongfang Xiao, whose cultivation had been sealed. A big head rolled from the chair to Mada, who was trembling all over. Dongfang Wuxue's face was still full of disbelief. He would never expect that he was killed by his own son. At the same time, he was deeply confused. Why didn't the big backer of the Dongfang family send any message when they were in crisis? In the palace, many officials held their breaths for fear of disturbing the voice that was facing away from them. Until Mrs. Gu couldn't help but step forward excitedly and murmured. Ling Li's body shook slightly. He came to his sense from the daze and restrained his emotions. He turned around and walked down the golden high platform. In the more frightened atmosphere of the officials, he helped Mrs. Gu to sit down slowly. He forced a smile on his face. "Grandma, in addition to Dongfang Xiao, other people of the Dongfang family who participated in the attack have been killed. After I deal with the chores, I will go back with you and offer Dongfang Xiao's head to my grandfather." "Great!" Mrs. Gu was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She blushed and said, "My good grandson, I didn't expect that you have been hiding for so many years. We were all kept in the dark by you." Lingli only bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry to make you scared. Please forgive me, Grandma." "Forgive me? What did I do?" Mrs. Gu stared at Lingli with her old eyes. The more she looked at him, the prouder she became. She raised her head and said in a sonorous voice, "If you didn't endure humiliation, how could you destroy the old enemy of the Ling family? If we really knew your details in advance, it was not difficult to disguise for a while. But after a long time, the old fox Dongfang Xiao would definitely see the clues." Speaking of this, Mrs. Gu glanced at the head under Mada's feet. She looked very happy. When she looked back to Ling Li's face, Her pride and relief finally turned into heartache. The disguise for more than 10 years is not a joke. I hate you for not living up to expectations these years. You suffered at home, but you could bear it and develop your power secretly. How hard was it? It's me who should say sorry. Looking at the old man crying in front of him, Lingley was silent, and a sense of relaxation rose in his heart, as if the pain and tiredness of the past 10 years were nothing, but at the same time, he was more relieved. The resentment was finally over. Next, he could go to find Su Li. Brother Li, it's great. I didn't expect that you are so promising. Kneeling behind Prime Minister Tang suddenly stood up and walked to Lingley. He danced and said, I didn't expect that you are so powerful. I don't like Dongfang Xiao for a long time. Prime Minister Tang was a little frightened and wanted to stand up to pull back the sugar. But he saw Lingley smiled and patted Tang Lei's shoulder. You are also good. I am much worse than you. Tang Lei laughed. Prime Minister Tang was relieved and shook his head and sighed. Could it be that this was fortune favors fools? After cooperating with the Yinma cult, he naturally saw the true face of Child Li. But in order not to frighten his grandson, he didn't reveal it to Tang Lei. After a while, an imperial edict was taken out. The successor of the emperor was Dongfang Wuxue. The Dahan country was still the Dahan country and didn't suffer the fate of changing its name. But everyone knew that the country was no longer the surname of Dongfang. After a while, in the Ling mansion, Ling Ping and Xiu Meng, who didn't go to the imperial court, stared at the young man who walked slowly with the help of Mrs. Gu. For a moment they didn't know whether they were in reality or in a dream. Li, your leg. At this moment, Xiu Meng couldn't see anything except the tall and straight young man who was much taller than her. For the first time, she looked up at her son. She couldn't control the crystal tears anymore. She threw herself into Ling Li's arms. Mom, Ling Li sighed softly and didn't say anything. Everything was in silence. Good boy. Ling Ping seemed to know his third brother for the first time. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Ling Li, who stood up, immediately associated with the image in his mind. He laughed and said, I've always found it strange. The person who appeared many times and secretly saved me from danger, although his figure was very similar, was completely different from the one I saw before. So it was you. Ling Li smiled slightly and said in a low voice, Dongfang Xiao took away my father and eldest brother in that way. After I mastered some power, although I can't confront with him, I won't let him get what he wanted again. When Ling Ping heard it, his heart suddenly sank. Then he thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Grandma went to the imperial court today. Before he finished his words, Mrs. Gu suddenly threw a package into his arms and said, Ping, look at this. Then, as Ling Li said, Dongfang Zhao's head was used as a sacrifice to the deceased relatives of the Ling family. Everything went smoothly, but Xiu Meng always felt that Ling Li was not happy. Instead, his thoughts became more and more complicated. Is it because of her? A beautiful face of a woman appeared in Xiu Meng's mind. She couldn't help but be lost in thought. More than a year had passed unconsciously, but Li still didn't forget her. Since Li had been pretending to be a playboy before, how could he choose a man by his appearance? Was he really in love with Su Li? Su Li. Where did she go? Thinking of this, Xiu Meng sighed deeply. Lord Rui was also crazy to find her, but there was no news in the past 1.5 years. It seemed that she had disappeared from the world. Mom, when she was thinking, Ling Li's voice suddenly came. She looked up and saw Ling Li standing at the door calmly with a little impatience. Li, come in and talk. As usual, Ling Li walked into the room and closed the door. This made Xiu Meng slightly absent-minded. She vaguely remembered that the last time Ling Li did this was also for Su Li. He just wanted to ask how to please a girl. This time there was no exception. Mother, keep this talisman. Ling Li didn't say much and gave a black diamond-shaped token to Xiu Meng. In her puzzled eyes, he said, "This is a protective token. It can resist any form of attack below the longevity realm. At the same time, it is also a token for giving orders. With it, you can also mobilize part of the power of the Inma cult." Inma cult? Xiaomeng's pupils shrank suddenly. Even a woman like her who had never really stepped into the cultivation world, she still felt frightened when she heard the 3 words of the Inma cult. The supreme cult lurking in the Dahan country. You can even mobilize the power of the Inma cult? Speaking of this, Xiaomeng suddenly thought of something and trembled. Hierarch? Hierarch of the Inma cult is called Child Li. Is it? Chapter 318. Hearing Ling Mo's words, Xiaomeng was stunned. If it was in the past, she would never believe this kind of words. She would even reprimand Ling Li for boasting and causing trouble. But when she remembered that he came back with the head of Dongfang Shao, destroyed the powerful Dongfang family, and secretly protected the Ling family for several years, she had to believe such extraordinary means. Ling Li, her son, was the hierarch of the Inma cult, the supreme cult. Looking at the sparkling light in his mother's eyes, Ling Li knew that she had believed it. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Mother, Ling Qinglan will deal with the affairs of the royal family of the Dahan dynasty. Are you going to find Su Li?" Xiaomeng suddenly interrupted him, and her expression became soft. Hearing Xiaomeng's words, Ling Li was slightly stunned. Xiaomeng shook her head and sighed, "You were born in my womb for 10 months. Even if you try to restrain yourself in the past year, I can still see that you can't forget her." Ling Li was slightly shocked. Then he took a deep breath and bowed to Xiaomeng. "I don't believe that Li will leave me for no reason. If I don't figure it out, even if I die, I won't die in peace. Therefore, I will have to trouble you and second brother to continue working hard for this family." Before Ling Li finished his words, Xiaomeng had already blocked his mouth in a panic and blamed, "You are such an unlucky child. I am still young. Besides, the biggest obstacle has been eliminated by you. You are the biggest project of the family. It's nothing for me to solve some trifles for you. Go to find her with peace of mind." Speaking of this, Xiaomeng smiled softly, "I am still waiting for my grandson." "Thank you, mother." Ling Li looked more relaxed. "I will come back to see you within 3 years. Please don't worry about me. I will set off now." Then he bowed deeply again, and then turned out of the door without hesitation. He rode the spirit horse that had been prepared and went away. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Xiaomeng, who followed him all the way to the gate, watched her son go away. The tenderness on her face immediately turned into bitterness. She turned back to the room and sat in silence for a moment. Then she sat in front of the dressing table and opened the top drawer of the small cabinet. She took out rolls of portraits one after another. "These are the best girls in the capital city. Except for their different looks, they are not as good as Su Li. Ling Li, why do you have to be so stubborn?" Xiaomeng sighed with tears in her eyes. She was selfish after all. After Su Li disappeared for 3 months, she found no trace of her. Then, she secretly chose a new wife for Ling Li. However, on the one hand, Ling Li's reputation was so bad that no girls wanted to marry him. On the other hand, she saw the persistence in her son's eyes, so she didn't dare to show it. Ling Li had always been a man of his word. If she really forced him to marry again, it would almost have the opposite effect. When she was hesitating, Ling Li's hidden identity came to the surface, which shocked the world. He became the object of love for countless girls. But she had seen Ling Li's determination today. These portraits, thinking of this, she threw all the portraits into the brazier. Suddenly, there was a big fire in the brazier, which made the light and shadow on Xiaomeng's face flicker. Ling Li got rid of the burden of the Ling family. He went out of the mansion and rushed for 7 days and 7 nights without eating or drinking. Finally, he arrived at the Qinghe province. He had monitored the mansions of the Su family and the Dongfang Rui family for more than a year, but he got nothing. The Linli building in Yunjing City had been closed half a year ago. Now, the only clue he could find was the Linli building in the Qinghe province. 1.5 years ago, after Mr. Li appeared to save him, Su Li disappeared almost at the same time. Moreover, the Linli building in Yunjing City also closed a few days later. It couldn't be a coincidence that the time was so tight. When dealing with the Dongfang family, he went to the Linli building to see Mr. Li more than once. But he was refused by the reason that Mr. Li traveled around. He even didn't see any protector of the Linli building. So, he was more suspicious and had the idea of exploring the Linli building in the Qinghe province. Good osmanthus wine. Come in and have a taste. The Liehua liquor is the real product of the northern country. It's a pity not to drink it. Ling Li, who had disguised himself, just entered the Linli building. His ears were filled with shouts. He glanced around and found that nearly 80% of the people in the lobby on the first floor were seated. Most of them were people in the martial arts circle. In the Qinghe province, the Linli building had replaced the Tianyake attic and became the favorite gathering place of people in the martial arts circle. Ling Li found a table and sat down. After a while, the waiter came to him. After ordering a pot of osmanthus wine, he looked around casually. He saw many ordinary drinkers and warriors drinking together. It was quite strange and harmonious. However, when he saw the wooden sign hanging not far from the entrance of the lobby, which said, "Those who disturb will be killed without mercy," he suddenly understood. With the ability of the Linli building, the Yinma cult couldn't be the king of the secular world, not to mention frightening the rascals. As for Mr. Li, although he had been in contact with him for several years, he still couldn't figure out what he was thinking and what was the meaning of everything he did. "Sir, here is your osmanthus wine. Please enjoy it slowly." The waiter brought a clear and transparent golden pot and left. Ling Li glanced at him and didn't ask much. He also knew the operating mode of the Linli building. These waiters were trained by the Linli building itself instead of being hired casually. If he rashly inquired, it would only alert the enemy. The familiar taste rolled into his throat. Ling Li's eyes darkened and his psychic awareness spread quietly. Although it was only a short period of more than a year, with the help of the elixir of Mr. Li, his cultivation had been improving at an extremely terrifying speed. Now he had reached the 5th hurdle of the longevity life. His cultivation was not inferior to that of the snake demon at that time. Therefore, under the cover of such a high realm of psychic awareness, no one in the entire Linli building noticed it. Even Fong Mu, who was stationed here, didn't find anything. No. Ling Li frowned when the psychic awareness came back to him. Although the attic on the top floor of the Linli building was clean, it was very deserted. No one had lived there for many years. Could it be that those people of the Linli building didn't lie to him? Did Mr. Li really travel around? Or did Mr. Li have another place? After drinking a cup of wine, Ling Li suppressed the irritation in his heart. If he couldn't find Mr. Li, he couldn't find Su Li. This was a dead knot. The young man in white at the peak of the inborn realm on the 3rd floor is probably a protector. Thinking of this, Ling Li threw a piece of silver and turned away. After nightfall, Fong Mu finished his practice for a day. He shook his head and helplessly left the Linli building. The nimbus in the city is heterogeneous. It's not good for my practice to stay here. Fortunately, I only need to stay 1 day a month. I don't know when I can break through the longevity life. If I can succeed, I don't have to continue to breathe the dirty air. Fong Mu sighed secretly. After Fong Yuan took charge of the Linli building, he set many rules. Even Fong Yuan had to strictly abide by them. Otherwise, he would be punished. His behavior immediately made Ling Li, who was in the dark, give up the idea of capturing him and interrogating him. Then he quietly followed Fong Yuan like a ghost. Following Fong Mu out of the city, Ling Li was more and more shocked. At last, he saw Fong Mu enter the valley that he missed so much. He was stunned. Here was Su Li's yard in the valley? Could it be that Su Li was here? Yes, there were only a few places where Su Li was used to hiding. How could he forget this place? This was the place where he and Su Li spent several months. Ling Li couldn't help breathing heavily. But just after he took a step, 2 rainbow lights suddenly flashed in front of him. The cold killing intent in the rainbow lights made him slightly shocked. He immediately raised his sword to block. Clang! How amazing was the fight between 2 people in the longevity realm. The loud sound of the collision of weapons immediately shocked everyone in the valley. Ling Li looked slightly serious, but he didn't leave. When he saw clearly the face of the person who attacked him, he couldn't help but frown. The person was slovenly and drunk. He had never seen this person. Senior in the 5th realm of the longevity realm. Thank you for your mercy. The dringer's eyes were burning, and there was a rising fighting intent in his eyes. He said, I'm Yu Wuhai, the 2nd head of the spiritual realm. May I know your name? The spiritual realm? Ling Li was shocked. The Yinma cult came from the spiritual circle. The name of the spiritual realm was well known. Of course, he had heard of it. The person in front of him was the 2nd head of the spiritual realm. Although he didn't know the specific status, his cultivation of the 2nd or 3rd realm of the longevity realm was naturally very high. If the spiritual realm was willing to help him to explore the whereabouts of Su Li? Thinking of this, Ling Li gave up the idea of using a pseudonym. He clenched his fists and said, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Ling Li. Hearing this, Yu Wuhai's face suddenly changed slightly. He was no longer interested. He said coldly, Are you Ling Li? Ling Li was surprised. It seemed that this person knew him. How could it be? It's really you. Go to hell. Ling Li didn't deny it. Yu Wuhai's face was instantly full of killing intent. Regardless of the gap between himself and Ling Li, he launched his killing move to attack. Ling Li's pupils shrank. He suddenly distanced himself from him and said, Your Excellency, I have never met you. Why did you suddenly kill me? Is there any misunderstanding? Then I ask you, are you the hierarch of the Yinma cult? Yu Wuhai returned to his original place and said again. Ling Li was stunned and immediately became silent. Since he didn't recognize the wrong person, then, enough. In the valley, a cold shout suddenly came. Yu Wuhai heard it and looked at Ling Li unwillingly. Finally, he restrained his killing intent and stood aside. Ling Li was nervous. It seemed that the person who just spoke had a higher status. That was great. He also wanted to figure out why the people of the spiritual realm hated him so much but didn't attack him when he was weak. Not long after, a thin figure that was tall and straight like a pine tree walked out slowly from the darkness. He was enveloped in mist, causing him to be indistinct, and a faint deathly stillness emanated from his body. It was as if there was nothing in the world that was worthy of his nostalgia. Ling Li felt the pneuma of his cultivation and was puzzled. This person's cultivation was just the 3rd realm of longevity. Why did he make Yu Wuhai surrender? With this question, the face of the person in the dark gradually became clear. Chapter 319. Although the face of the young man in front of him had changed, Ling Li recognized his identity at a glance. He was Fong Yuan, whom he had taught in the valley that year. However, what surprised him was that Fong Yuan, who was only at the peak of the acquired realm at that time, had the cultivation of the 3rd hurdle of the longevity realm in just 3 or 4 years. If he hadn't got the help of Mr. Li, he might have fallen behind Fong Yuan in cultivation. Ling Li was still shocked and doubtful. Fong Yuan slightly turned his face and looked at Yu Wuhai. He raised his eyebrows like a sharp sword. Yu Wuhai immediately bowed his head. He knew where he was wrong and didn't argue. You, come with me. Ignoring Yu Wuhai, Fang Yuan coldly glanced at Ling Li's slightly shocked look. He suppressed the waves in his heart and said in a calm tone. Before Ling Li answered, he turned around and walked into the valley. Ling Li felt a little strange, but he kept walking. He would not let go of any clue about Su Li, even if it was a dangerous place in front of him. On the way, Ling Li, who looked dignified, suddenly heard a surprised voice. It's eldest brother Ling. He followed the voice and saw a black-faced young man. He was He in those days. Now he also had the cultivation of the inborn realm. The others were also in the middle and late stages of the inborn realm. When did the cultivation of the people who followed Su Li become so? Ling Li was shocked. But now the valley was obviously controlled by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan didn't speak, he couldn't ask other things. He could only follow Fang Yuan silently and stopped in front of a building. This is... Looking at the old but spotless bamboo building in front of him, Ling Li suddenly froze and thought back to 4 years ago. It was here that Li tried her best to kill the 2 elders of the blood refining hall. Then she took him to settle down. It took several months and hundreds of thousands of taels of silver to cure his poison. It was a pity that he couldn't recognize his heart at that time. He didn't know that he heard her with the name of Ling Shui. Li is here. Ling Li's throat seemed to be blocked by something. After a long time, he spat out a sentence and didn't take a step forward. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment and finally said, "If you think so, it's right." "Really?" Ling Li was shocked and immediately couldn't control his temper. He stepped up to the bamboo building and walked to the bamboo door. His hands were slightly trembling as he pushed the door open. Fang Yuan stood downstairs and looked at him sarcastically. There was no hatred in his eyes. At this moment there was more pity. No matter what happened in the past, at least now, he and I are both pitiful people. Creak. The bamboo door finally opened with a soft sound, as if welcoming a guest who had not been here for a long time. The smell of sandalwood wafted in the room. After opening the door, the scene inside was reflected in her eyes. Ling Li's body shook violently in an instant, and his eyes were full of disbelief. It was a memorial tablet. The 2 clear and vermilion words, Su Li, on it hurt his eyes. The suffocating pain spread rapidly, and then a burst of anger mixed with confusion broke out instantly. "I don't believe it!" "Even if you don't believe it, it won't change the truth." It was unknown when Fang Yuan came to the bamboo house. He lit a stick of incense for the memorial tablet. He looked focused and affectionate. "Li, I gave him a chance. He really didn't light the incense for you." With such an idea in mind, Fang Yuan seemed to be able to talk with Su Li. There was a trace of nostalgia and warmth between his eyebrows. After inserting the incense, Fang Yuan swept away the excess ash and turned around. He was not surprised to see Ling Li, who was lost. Half a year ago, he was also like this. If he hadn't had an unfinished wish, he would have left with Su Li without any hesitation at the moment when she disappeared. "Ling Li." A voice with the spiritual shock of the longevity realm came into Ling Li's ears, which immediately made Ling Li's pupils condense a little. Sensing that Ling Li's attention returned to himself, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "Don't be so useless. I let you come to worship Li, not just to see you make a fool of yourself." Before Li left, she left several wishes. Now I can't fulfill them, so I can only entrust some of them to you. Hearing this, Ling Li immediately sobered up. He stared at Fang Yuan with burning eyes. After a moment, he said hoarsely, "Are you willing?" He could see that Fang Yuan was also deeply in love with Su Li. If he put himself in Su Li's shoes, he was absolutely unwilling to let anyone touch the things behind Su Li. Hearing Ling Li's words, Fang Yuan suddenly smiled like a winner. "I love her. You are not as good as me." Ling Li's blue veins bulged. "What did you say? Do I have to say it again? You are really a bitch, Ling Li. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Ling Li responded to him with a big fist. Ling Li's eyes were full of coldness. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Bang! This punch fiercely hit Fang Yuan's side face in Ling Li's stunned eyes. Immediately, before he responded, Fang Yuan's fist also arrived. His right face was also not spared. Bang! 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 The continuous confrontation between the two men was very tacit. Neither of them used xianqi. They were like street thugs, punching and kicking each other, rolling on the ground like a gourd. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they were in a sorry state. Chu Qingning heard the news and saw this scene as soon as he arrived. Suddenly, his mouth twitched slightly. Fang Mu, who was curious and wanted to go in to have a look, slipped away without looking back. Later, Luo Yichen, who had become the son-in-law of the Mei family, also rushed here and left the valley at the same speed. After Su Li disappeared, Fang Yuan's temper became extremely strange. He wanted to go back to accompany Mei Ruhan, but he didn't want to be unlucky. Both Ling Li and Fang Yuan were in the longevity realm. They had endless strength in their lives. Even if they didn't use Xiangong, they wouldn't feel very tired. They didn't know how long they fought. They only knew that the sky changed from day to night. After several rounds, Ling Li, whose original face could not be seen, struggled to pull out his clamped hands. He kicked on Fang Yuan's face, and they immediately separated. Fang Yuan wanted to get up with a straight face, but he couldn't mobilize any muscle in his body. Finally, he loosened his breath and lay on his back, unable to get up again. Seeing this scene, Ling Li showed an ugly smile on his face and also fell down. He gasped violently, but he didn't forget to show the glory of being the winner. I won. You are not as good as me. Fang Yuan's closed eyes suddenly opened and was full of unwillingness. He also gasped and said, If Su Li didn't give you the elixir, I would never— What elixir? Ling Li asked subconsciously. Suddenly, he was shocked and sat up directly. Regardless of the soreness of his body, he said in a hoarse voice, Elixir? The elixir that can help me enter the longevity realm? Fang Yuan knew that he spilled the beans, so he didn't say anything immediately. If he really told her, he would violate her last wish and let her down. But Ling Li was also a strategist since he was a child, and his mind was like a demon. All kinds of unbearable state of mind before were just because of the influence of Su Li. Now, after a round of fighting, his mind was clear. Many things came to his mind, and he suddenly thought of all kinds of possibilities that he hadn't thought of before. You said that the elixir was given to me by Su Li? But the elixir was given to me by Mr. Li. Ling Li didn't know where the strength came from. He suddenly stood up and waved his hand to blow a fine gust of wind, which removed all the mud and water on his body. Immediately, he waved his hand and a jade bone mask appeared in his hand. He glanced at Fang Yuan, who still closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, This thing is a set with the one I gave to Su Li in the past. If the other side becomes an ownerless thing, as long as the range is not more than 100,000 miles, I will feel it. But now, I don't feel anything. How do you explain? Fang Yuan opened his eyes and stared at the strange jade bone mask. He was not surprised at all and still said nothing. Ling Li took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the increasingly uneasy conjecture in his mind. He continued to ask, Now I just want to ask one question. How did Su Li die? Have you ever avenged her after such a long time? Avenged. Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his lip. Although the change of his expression was not obvious, it was keenly captured by Ling Li. You haven't avenged her yet. Ling Li's eyes gradually became cold. Who is the enemy? Fang Yuan felt that he had recovered a little strength. He stood up and slowly cleaned the mud on his body. It could be seen that he was hesitating. He was struggling in his heart and didn't know what he was worried about. Lingli was very patient and didn't urge him. He silently stood aside and waited for Fang Yuan to speak. But the pair of eyes like lightning still brought a lot of pressure to Fang Yuan. After a long time, Fang Yuan felt that there was no mud on his body to be cleaned. He suddenly came to his sense and looked up to see Lingli still staring at him. His movement was stiff. It seemed that he finally figured it out and turned to walk to the east courtyard. "Follow me and you will know." Hearing this, Lingli suddenly became spirited and followed him. As they passed through the gate of the courtyard, Lingli suddenly saw a lot of toys made of wood. The surface was very smooth. It was obvious that they had been carefully polished. He couldn't help but wonder if Fang Yuan wanted to take him to see a child. But what did a child have to do with Su Li? Here we are. When Lingli was thinking, they walked to the door and Fang Yuan suddenly said. He looked up subconsciously and suddenly saw a baby, who looked less than 1 year old, was playing with wooden toys accompanied by a wet nurse in a small space surrounded by wooden fences. This child, Lingli was shocked when he saw the baby. A feeling of blood connection surged from the bottom of his heart. His son? How could it be his son? He and Su Li obviously didn't. Wait. Lingli suddenly thought of something. He stood in the same place in a daze, and he was stunned. Fang Yuan's eyes were slightly dim. As expected, as long as Lingli saw it, he could recognize it at a glance. He loved Su Li as much as Lingli, but his luck was much worse than Lingli's. But at this moment the baby sensed something. He turned his head and saw 2 big men standing at the door. He immediately smiled and showed 2 small front teeth that had just grown out. Chapter 320. Mother? Ling Li's trembling face suddenly stopped. He looked back instantly, but there was no woman or even a person behind him. Who was the little guy calling? The wet nurse, who was taking care of him, changed her face slightly. She came over and saluted. She said in a panic, "Protector, please forgive me. I have tried my best to teach him, but he is 10 months old now, and he can only call mother." Ordinary babies could speak a lot when they were at this age. Some smart ones could even call father and mother when they were 7 months old. She had taken care of a lot of babies over the years, but she had never seen such a stupid one. Except for mother, he could not say anything. "I see. You can leave now." Fang Yuan waved his hand. For such a situation, he was already used to it. After the wet nurse left, Fang Yuan stepped into the room and picked up the child skillfully. Lingli followed him. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he loosened his body. He didn't know why he gave up the idea of asking to hold the child. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He lowered his head and looked at the restless little fellow in his arms. His cold eyes seemed to overflow with tenderness at the moment. He said, "I named him Nian." Nian, Lingli said to himself. It was self-evident who Nian was. "Li told me not to tell you anything." Fang Yuan's tone was very light. It seemed that he was afraid to disturb the little guy. But the unwillingness in his words was enough to shock Lingli. "But I am not reconciled." Why? She was born with a hard life. Not only did she not think for herself in this life, but she also did so much for you silently. But you didn't know anything about it and accepted it heartlessly. You even resented her because of her disappearance. Lingli held his breath. He shook his head and murmured, "Resented? How could I resent her? He just missed her so much that he sped up the destruction of the Dongfang family. After abandoning the heavy burden, he did not hesitate to set foot on the road to find Su Li. But compared with what he had done for Su Li in these years, these words were too weak. Fang Yuan snorted and sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Do you think it is so easy to destroy the Dongfang family? If Su Li didn't make a move in advance, you would have been destroyed by the Shaoshan Palace behind the Dongfang family. Shaoshan Palace? Ling Li was frightened and couldn't help raising his voice. The Shaoshan Palace in the spiritual circle? A year ago, the Shaoshan Palace was suddenly destroyed by a mysterious force. All kinds of rumors were flying. There were also many rumors in the Yinma cult. At that time, he guessed that it was probably the Ghost Valley who did it. But now, according to Fang Yuan, it was actually the spiritual realm? Ling Li's eyes flickered. Yes, only the mysterious force like the spiritual realm could destroy the Shaoshan Palace. Fang Yuan's face was colder. Who said it is the spiritual realm? Ling Li, today I will let you know how much you owe Su Li. Ling Li, I will tell you. Ling, today. I will let you today. Su, Shaoshan Qing said. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep at night for the rest of my life. Ling slightly, Ling back, Ling was too, but Ling and Ling in she. In. And Ling Li's pupil shrank slightly, but he nodded without hesitation. Brother Fang, speak frankly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment, and his expression was slightly relaxed. He said, Su Li, you are right. With that, he glanced at the little fellow who was still sucking on his finger. Although I don't want to admit it, but he's your flesh and blood. Aren't you going to hug him and bring him back? Ling Li shook his head painfully and said bitterly, I am not qualified. I'll make plans after I hear what you have to say. Fang Yuan was stunned and said, All right. A moment later, in the quiet room of the valley's side courtyard, Yin Xuedong served tea to them and glanced at Ling Li, who looked haggard and lost in thought. She didn't say anything and turned away. The room was silent for a long time. Fang Yuan seemed to organize his words and finally said, There is one thing that you should know. Ling Xian, your maid, almost made Li die because of the fake news. Li's only aunt, Su Yu, also died because of this. 1 corpse and 2 lives. Ling Li gently covered his chest with his right hand and nodded silently. Fang Yuan's mentioning of the past was no less than tearing his scabbed wound again. Fang Yuan didn't sympathize with him and continued coldly, But you only complained that Su Li killed Ling Xian at that time, but you didn't care about Su Li. Her injury was also serious. The degree of seriousness was beyond your imagination. The elixirs you sent were useless. At that time, the doctor even asked us to prepare for her funeral. Ling Li's pupils suddenly shrank and he said in surprise, How could it be? Later. Do you want to say that Su Li was still fine after that? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, Hierarch Ling, think about it carefully. Don't let me look down on you. Ling Li slightly pursed his lips and whispered, Li was a little abnormal. It seemed that she didn't dare to use Xiangong easily. But I was busy with the affairs of the Yinma cult at that time. Later, Su Li returned to normal, so I didn't care about it. Now it seems, yes. Fang Yuan's eyes were burning. At that time, Su Li was like an hourglass. Hourglass? Ling Li's look changed. Fang Yuan immediately sneered and said, Yes, in order to live, in order to continue to fulfill your meaningless wishes, she embarked on a road of no return. She gambled everything in exchange for a short period of strength. In a few years, she controlled Nanjiang country and Tianji country successively, which were all to create a peaceful environment for you. But you provoked the ancient existence, so she had to kill it at the cost of her own life. After coming back, her old injury relapsed and she had to arrange the tactical matrix to tide over the difficulties. Although she survived, her life came to an end. But there was only a little time left. She still wanted to pave the way for you. After arranging the funeral affairs, she went to the Shaoshan Palace alone and died together with the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace. Ling Li, now do you know, how much do you owe Su Li? If it weren't for her, how could it be so easy for you to unify the martial arts circle? If it weren't for her, you would still be at the peak of the inborn realm and couldn't completely control the Yinma cult. If it weren't for her, you would have been killed by the old ancestor of the Shaoshan Palace, and your Ling family would not exist in the world. At this point, Fang Yuan's eyes were full of coldness. He said, "But these years, what did your Ling family do? Although I can't wait for your Ling family to divorce Su Li and let me guard Su Li's tomb justifiably. But your mother secretly collected the portraits of those ladies in the past year. I don't believe that you don't know. But what are you doing? You only have your revenge in your eyes. Until Su Li died, you never really did anything for Su Li. You don't deserve Su Li at all." Boom! The anger erupted from Fang Yuan's body like a volcano. The momentum was like a cold blade hitting Ling Li. Ling Li's body protection immediately collapsed without any strength. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed and placed on the neck of Ling Li, who was in a trance. Fang Yuan's eyes were full of killing intent. Although what he said was all speculation, but from the words of the old beggar and Qi Xianqing, he had already speculated about 80% or 90% of the truth. Even if there were some details that were missing, it was not surprising that they were not important. "You kill me." Ling Li suddenly calmed down. His turbulent mind recovered like a pool of stagnant water. At this moment, countless memories of getting along with Su Li in his mind were broken one after another. Finally, only the first time they met. In the bright lights, the two met. The girl cried bitterly. The boy was inexplicable and even vigilant. Since then, he had been in debt. Until now, he could no longer pay off the debt. It was better to pay with his life. Maybe he could see her again in the nether world. "That's enough." Everyone stopped. Suddenly, an old voice came. Then a black shadow flashed. The short old beggar had appeared. His two old fingers, which were like bark, clamped the blade of Fang Yuan's sword. Ding! The tip of the sword was broken. "Senior!" Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately stopped. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in his heart. Just now, he was in a rage and lost his reason. If the old beggar didn't stop him, he might really kill him. Taking back the sword, Fang Yuan felt a little sorry. Not to mention Su Li's order, he couldn't let Nian lose his parents just for Su Li. The old beggar looked at Ling Li, who was absent-minded and didn't care about his arrival. He sighed, "Wake up. Maybe everything will turn for the better." Although the voice was calm, it was like a pervasive drizzle into Ling Li's awareness sea, which was almost closed. He suddenly woke up, and the light in his eyes condensed quickly. "Turn for the better?" he said subconsciously, but found that his voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, like sand. This was the extreme grief caused by the state of mind. Even if he had a high cultivation, he couldn't avoid it. "Are you a fortune-teller?" At this time, Ling Li recognized the old beggar. It was clearly the person who made a strange divination for him a few years ago. The old beggar smiled and looked at them. Both of them were 1 in a million geniuses, and there were powerful figures behind them. Otherwise, they would never be arranged to be with the two mirror masters and even have all kinds of entanglements with them. However, even those powerful figures would never expect that these two people didn't plant seeds in Su Li's heart. Looking at the current situation, they clearly became Su Li's furnace and let her do whatever she wanted. Of course, all this was based on the basis that Su Li was still alive. "What is the turning for the better that you mentioned?" Fang Yuan frowned, and there was a trace of urgency in his words. "Is it possible that Li didn't? I naturally don't know whether Miss Su is alive or not. But at the last moment when the Shaoshan Palace was destroyed, I sensed the breath of the mirror spirit. Maybe." Speaking of this, the old beggar stroked his beard and stopped talking. Ling Li and Fang Yuan's eyes immediately brightened. "Since you come here, there must be a gap in your heart. If there is anything that we can help, please tell us. As long as we can save Li's life, we will die for it," Ling Li said loudly, and his eyes were full of determination. Chapter 321. I just thought of the method recently. The old beggar sat down and looked at Lingli sideways. Do you remember the rune I drew for you in those years? Lingli nodded, of course. When he drew the rune for him in those years, the old beggar talked like a child's play. But at this moment, the old man sitting in front of him inadvertently revealed his temperament, which proved that the rune was not drawn casually at that time. The old beggar smiled slightly when he heard this. Perhaps everything is destined by the heavens. A few years ago, I also drew a talisman for Miss Sue in addition to you. Now that talisman has become the key to finding the opportunity. Then, the old beggar reached out his hand and touched Ling Li's wrist gently. Immediately, a large number of tadpole-like black runes emerged and covered the whole back of his hand in the blink of an eye. Ling Li's pupils shrank. The rune that the old beggar drew on his arm and wrist was spreading quietly these years, and he didn't notice it at all? Although there was a strange feeling of discomfort in his heart, Ling Li was anxious to know the way to save Su Li at this moment, so he just ignored it. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please teach me." The old beggar didn't seem to expect that Ling Li would be so straightforward. He looked slightly surprised and then smiled more. "Let me tell you in detail. As long as you break this world according to what I said, Miss Sue's soul can come back." A few hours later, the old beggar's figure suddenly disappeared, as ethereal as when he appeared. The door of the quiet room was opened. Ling Li and Fang Yuan walked out side by side and stood in front of the yard. The night had passed, and there was a touch of dawn in the sky, which was slightly dazzling. "Ling Li, do you believe what he said?" Fang Yuan suddenly spoke and broke the silence. He looked sideways, and his eyes were like a cold lake, flashing fiercely. Ling Li looked cold and breathed lightly, as if he was relieving the pressure. He said firmly in a deep voice, "You and I both know that no matter whether the old senior is selfish or not, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. This is the road I choose, and I will keep going until the end." Fang Yuan's eyes were shining, and he nodded gently after a moment. "Maybe it's a little late to say this. Su Li may have expected that I would not hide it from you. So, she left you 3 requirements." Ling Li's eyes moved slightly. "What is it?" Fang Yuan looked at him enviously and finally said, "First, forget her." Ling Li looked cold and was about to speak. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, "Listen to me first." Ling Li could only suspend his thoughts and continue to listen. "As for her second request, if you meet someone you like in the future, marry them. Thirdly, take good care of Nian." Ling Li suddenly smiled, full of self-mockery. He said, "I can only promise the last one. As for the first 2. He clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at the dazzling morning light. His eyes darkened and became as deep as the night. "How is this possible?" Fang Yuan smiled slightly and didn't entangle too much on this issue. He had violated most of the instructions left by Su Li. If Ling Li didn't listen, he was not qualified to control it. If this could make Su Li come back, he would be willing to die. Nian is just a nickname. Consider it as a nickname given to him by me as his uncle. As his biological father, you should give him a proper name. That's called Buwang, Su Buwang. Does she want me to forget her? It's impossible in the next life. If you want to remember her in the next life, I won't have a chance. At that time we can compete fairly. I don't believe that your luck will always be so good. Ha ha ha. Outside the wall of the yard, Chu Qingning craned his neck to look around. When he heard 2 magnetic laughter coming from the yard, he couldn't help but feel strange. These 2 people were stubborn. Yesterday they were fighting with each other. How could they be like brothers after one night? He shook his head and turned to leave. Fang Yuan was in charge of the affairs of the Linli building. He was happy to be free. Yin Xuedong had been pregnant for more than 3 months. He had to go back to study the food for the girl. After a secret talk, Ling Li left the yard without taking Su Buwang with him. Soon after, Fang Yuan, who had stayed in the yard for half a year, also set off for the spiritual circle. 3 days later, Fang Yuan, who was travel-worn, returned first with a tired face. He was not Suli. It was very difficult to persuade Jing Xian, the great master of the spiritual realm. Anyway, after he said that the old beggar and Suli were probably not dead, Jing Xian agreed even if the action might make them doomed eternally. Another 2 days later, Ling Li reappeared. He didn't say much. After seeing Fang Yuan, he nodded. Fang Yuan didn't go deep into what method Ling Li used to let the Yinma cult execute the seemingly self-destructive order. He waved his hand for He, and his eyes darkened. "Let's go." He Zi looked dignified. He bowed deeply and turned away. Since the 2 men who stood at the peak of power gave the order, the secular world, the martial arts circle, and the spiritual circle were all turbulent. Countless martial artists and spies were sent out and integrated into the whole world to look for the remaining people with life rings openly and secretly. Fang Yuan gently pricked the Naguan point, and a pale red life ring immediately lit up on his wrist. Others could see it but couldn't touch it. Only he could really touch it and decide his own fate. As early as when Suli left, she had already told him the meaning of this life ring. This world was fake. The life ring meant that he should have another identity outside this illusion. Dying in this world was not a real death. But if he broke the life ring by himself, everything would be over. A year ago, 8,000 people were deceived to break their life rings to sacrifice to the tactical matrix. That was to say, from that moment on, at least 8,000 people died in the outside world. The outside world had been in chaos as expected. But now, according to the old beggar's plan, they had to continue to collect life rings, and the number should not be less than 10,000. The turbulence could be imagined. Li's life ring is broken. Can she really be saved? Fang Yuan was deeply confused. He should believe in Li, but the old beggar gave him hope. So, even if he had many doubts in his heart, he still did not hesitate to carry out this extremely selfish and bloody plan. In less than 3 months, with the intervention of several dynasties and big forces, countless people who were detected to have life rings were sent to the secret boundary of the spiritual realm. All of these people were famous figures. They were either young geniuses whose names shook the world or were extremely wealthy. Some were important figures of large clans, and some were not wealthy martial artists, but they were indeed good people with good reputations. With the inexplicable disappearance of these people, resentment and anger accumulated extremely fast. After the balance was broken, the entire illusion of reincarnation was in chaos in the blink of an eye. Flash floods, earthquakes and natural disasters came one after another. In just a few months there were countless deaths and injuries, and everyone was in danger. Some people were spreading the words of the end of the world, and people were in panic. At this moment, in the secret place of the spiritual realm, there was a dense crowd of people. It could be seen that all people's life rings had been broken, and the number was not 10,000 as the old beggar said, but 100,000. Each of them had a transparent silk thread connected to the complex big tactical matrix. The foundation flowing in the big tactical matrix was darker than the blood red of that year, like ink black. In the center of the big tactical matrix, Su Buwang crawled around. His eyes were pure and flawless, and he didn't know how evil he was. Good, good, good. The old beggar looked at such a spectacular scene, and his eyes were full of excitement. He shouted excitedly and looked at Ling Li and Fang Yuan, who looked gloomy. He praised without concealment. I didn't expect that in just 2 months you can collect so many life rings, 100,000. This is close to the total number of all the regions. If this tactical matrix fails, it will be unacceptable. Let me start the big tactical matrix. As he said, the old beggar took a step forward, but was stopped by Ling Li. It's impossible for us to go back now. Senior, should you tell the truth? Is Nian in danger in the tactical matrix? This tactical matrix breaks the world. Can it really finally? The old beggar suddenly looked sullen and seemed to be angry. Ignorant boy, how can I lie to you? Time is pressing. Get out of my way. The mirror spirit must have noticed the clues at this moment. If we don't start the big tactical matrix immediately, it will be too late. Ling Li's pupils shrank. What mirror spirit? He didn't understand. At this moment, Fang Yuan pulled him aside and said in a deep voice, "Let's see. We have no way back." Ling Li's face was slightly sullen. "What are you hiding from me?" Fang Yuan nodded silently and whispered, "After this, I will tell you everything. What the old beggar said is true. But what will happen after this world is broken, I don't know." While they were talking, the old beggar had come to Su Buwang and took a little blood from him. In the distressed eyes of Ling Li and Fang Yuan, he put it in the center of the tactical matrix. Instantly, the extremely horrible momentum rose from Su Buwang and turned into a spiritual pillar. 100,000 people with broken life rings instantly turned into blood mist. The blood mist surrounded the spiritual pillar and broke the bounded domain. The blood mist spread around and exposed the secret place of the spiritual realm on the plane of illusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind raged like a fierce tiger. Even with Fang Yuan and Ling Li's cultivation, they felt difficult to breathe and couldn't stand stably. Nian. Ling Li looked at the tactical matrix that had been completely wrapped by the spiritual pillar and couldn't be seen clearly. He shouted in surprise. Fang Yuan, whose cultivation was slightly lower, couldn't even speak. Just as Ling Li was about to rush to the center of the big tactical matrix, a white light suddenly flew out from it. His pupils shrank. He saw what was shot out and immediately stepped forward to catch it. "Mother?" The white light dissipated. Su Buwang tilted his head and looked at him with a pair of innocent big eyes. Ling Li was shocked. At this moment, the old beggar's voice came, "Leave quickly. Otherwise, after the mirror spirit appears, it will never let your son leave alive. Leave the rest to me." Ling Li looked serious. He glanced at Fang Yuan, who was still struggling to resist, and stretched out his hand to grab his shoulder. Just after they were thousands of miles away from the big tactical matrix, the sky suddenly dimmed. Dark clouds rolled and a furious roar resounded through the world. Chapter 322. As the dark clouds rolled in the sky, a face quickly condensed into shape. "Is that the mirror spirit you mentioned?" Ling Li held his son tightly and looked at the horrible scene in the distance that the sky seemed to crack. He couldn't help feeling numb and cold inside. In addition to demons, how many monsters in the world were there that he didn't know? Fang Yuan gasped, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Then he seemed to think of something. He grabbed Ling Li and transmitted the sound quickly, "Run!" Before the transmission was finished, Ling Li, who had sensed it, had already taken Fang Yuan to run away. Shortly after they left, the source of the tactical matrix suddenly cracked, and dark cracks appeared. Then it collapsed inward with a bang, forming a huge vortex that covered the sky and the sun. A strong suction was generated from it, and countless land and vegetation were swallowed by it. In the twinkling of an eye, tens of thousands of miles around Fang Yuan became a void. Ling Li gasped violently, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. He looked at the space that completely disappeared in front of him in horror, and the silent horror began to spread. Break the world. This world is really going to be broken. Did the old beggar do it? Then Ling Li looked around and tried to find, "Where is Su Li? Su Li?" Before he finished his words, suddenly, boom! From the dark void, the loud sound almost broke the eardrum. Ling Li was so shocked that he quickly protected his son. But even so, Su Buwang's eyes were shocked with blood, and he burst into tears. "No. The new impact range is larger, and it's not safe here." Fang Yuan's face changed, and he rushed away. Ling Li could only temporarily put aside his thoughts and speed up to keep up. No one knew the result of the battle in the void later. Several months later, all the changes were just like the rumors circulating in the street. In the azure sky, the pitch-black void gradually spread, and in the end swallowed everything. Only a few dangerous places known as the continent's perilous lands were still struggling to hold on, and the number of survivors was less than 1,000. In addition, only a few sub-buildings of the spiritual realm were left, which accommodated many survivors. Soon after, the sound of the mirror breaking resounded through every inch of space in the illusion, and even people hiding in the dangerous places and the boundary could hear it clearly. What's going on? Is the boundary going to be broken? We are going to die. The world has really perished. At the same time that most people were crying out in despair, there was a small group of people who were staring fixedly at the sky, and their eyes seemed to be flickering with a bright light. If someone could decipher the meaning behind those eyes, they would definitely be able to see that the light was called anticipation. Fang Yuan and Ling Li were included in this small group of people. However, they didn't have any expectation in their eyes, but were gloomy and complicated. During this time, Ling Li had learned the truth from Fang Yuan. According to their situation at the moment, it was not difficult to guess that the old beggar was using them, and Fang Yuan acquiesced. After hearing that, he only kept silent and did not blame Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan were him, he would do the same. He would not allow any hope to be blocked. After this world is broken, the memories of the soul's original body will return. Ling Li looked at his crying son in his arms, and his eyes flashed with tenderness and doting. He didn't understand until now how difficult it was for Su Li to give birth to a real child for him. But, if possible, she would rather exchange Su Buwang for a complete Su Li. Suddenly, a gust of wind came. Fang Yuan seemed to feel something and looked up. The pitch-dark nothingness was like a curtain at the moment, which was suddenly torn by a giant hand. The sky became azure again, but it was no longer the same sky as before. Soul of the life ring, return quickly. This world will be broken, and there will be no vitality. A voice like the morning bell and evening drum suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately, many people's eyes gradually became confused, and finally became completely absent-minded. They turned into a flash of light and disappeared in the world. As for the creatures that were originally in the illusion, they disappeared the moment the void was broken. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I would see the light of day again. Standing in the crowd, the inconspicuous middle-aged scholar suddenly laughed and shot to the broken nothingness. He disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Those nothingness turbulence that could destroy everything did not cause any harm to him. Mother? Su Buwang looked curiously at Ling Li, who closed his eyes, and then tilted his head to look at Fang Yuan, whose face also changed as if falling into a nightmare. He struggled to come out and touch Fang Yuan's face, but Ling Li held him so tightly that he couldn't get rid of him. Rumble, there was a loud sound of the land collapsing in the nothingness. If Fang Yuan was still awake at the moment, he must be able to distinguish the direction, which was the several boundaries of the spiritual realm. But now, the two of them had no time to care about the safety of Chu Qingning and others. 2 hours later, a loud sound resounded by their ears. It turned out that a portion of this danger zone had caved in, and only 70% of its original size remained. Following that, a continuous sound of shattering resounded. If someone was awake at this moment, they would be able to see this danger zone shattering bit by bit. At a certain moment, as another flash of light left the center of the secluded place with a laugh, the speed of the dangerous place falling immediately accelerated several times. In the blink of an eye, there was only a space of 300 meters around Ling Li and Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's closed eyes suddenly opened. His eyes had changed a lot, and he couldn't find much familiarity with Fang Yuan anymore. He moved his eyes to the right and fell on Lingli, who was still recovering his memory. A deep hatred immediately appeared in his eyes. This kind of hatred was no longer as soft and hesitant as before, but unforgettable, as if it would not stop until one of them died. Now was the best time to take action. Fang Yuan's fingers touched the hilt of the sword, and his center of gravity shifted down. When he was about to draw the sword, he suddenly heard a voice of doubt. "Mother!" A childish voice suddenly sounded. Fang Yuan's movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes fell on Su Buong. His eyes immediately showed the meaning of struggle, but the killing intent in his heart had faded. He had tried his best to ignore the existence of this little guy, but unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Since he heard the word mother, he knew that at least now he couldn't kill Lingli. Then, after a few seconds, Lingli took a deep breath, and his eyelashes trembled. Finally, he opened his eyes, and his temperament changed dramatically in an instant. He was less righteous than before, and more evil and gloomy. Fang Yuan was immediately on guard. If the original Lingli was just a pool of clear water, then now, the young man standing in front of him holding Su Buong had become like a deep sea, unpredictable. The first moment Lingli opened his eyes, he fell on Su Buong, who was still struggling in his arms. His evil eyes immediately converged and turned into a little softness. After gently teasing Su Buong's little face a few times, he stopped and suddenly raised his head. Fang Yuan's breath instantly stopped. Although he was expressionless, it was not difficult to see that he was nervous. Lingli raised his evil eyebrows, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds, which made Fang Yuan's face turn pale. He couldn't help but step back to the edge of the danger zone. If he took another step, he would fall into the nothingness and be doomed eternally. But even so, Fang Yuan sadly found that the pressure of the nothingness behind him was not as great as that of Lingli in front of him. Sure enough, he deserved his reputation. "It should be the first time for me to see you." Lingli slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and he was extremely calm, as if the anxiety and madness brought by Su Li had left him. He said lightly, "But you want to kill me. It was a good opportunity just now, but you didn't do it. Is it because of the woman who courted her own death? Or..." Speaking of this, Lingli just glanced at Su Buong in his arms, and his indifferent tone was full of sarcasm. "You are really a sentimental person." Fang Yuan's face changed slightly. His right hand trembled violently, and the long sword buzzed. How could he say that about Su Li? He changed. How could he be so fast? Even if he was, he shouldn't forget all the influences in this world in just a few seconds. If he had known this, he should kill him. But he also knew that even if he did it now, he had no chance. The opportunity left for him just now had already disappeared. Lingli calmly looked at Fang Yuan's changing expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan always restrained himself and didn't dare to act rashly, a trace of boredom appeared on Lingli's face. "Oh, you still don't dare? There are countless people in this cultivation circle who want to kill me. You don't matter. Today, for the sake that you didn't do it, I will spare your life." While speaking, Lingli disappeared with Su Buong like smoke, and the last sentence slowly sounded in the nothingness. "Next time, don't even have the courage to do it, ha ha ha." Lingli looked at the direction of the voice, and his lips almost bled from biting. "Lingli! If I become an immortal, you will die." Rumble, as soon as he said this, the last foothold also shattered into powder, and Fang Yuan was immediately thrown into the nothingness. Just when this pair of big hands finally broke through the black curtain and fished out Fang Yuan, the illusion of reincarnation finally completely returned to nothingness and became history. In the rapid movement of the giant hands, Fang Yuan could hardly open his eyes because of the fierce wind, but he still tried his best to open his eyes and see where the giant hands were going to take him. With a glimpse, Fang Yuan suddenly froze, because he finally saw the whole picture of the reincarnation mirror. It was really just an ordinary mirror that was only the size of a palm. Although the patterns on it were simple and unadorned, they weren't rare. After so many years of twists and turns, it was actually in this mirror. How vast the world was, and how small it was. Bang, 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 bang. Just when Feng Yuan was shocked, suddenly a series of cracking sounds sounded, just like what he heard in the illusion before. Feng Yuan fixed his eyes and then saw the spiritual circle, which was called the ancient treasure, cracked like a spider web. Then with a bang, it was completely broken into many pieces and scattered into the endless nothingness. Chapter 323. Qingshui Circle. This was a world that had existed for more than hundreds of millions of years. The origin of the world had long been untraceable. Only in the ancient mythological books collected by various cultivation sects could it be found sporadically. But the only thing that could be confirmed was that there had been a sage in this world. After hundreds of millions of years of development, the whole Qingshui Circle consisted of 3 provinces, hundreds of large regions, and many overseas islands. Cultivation was prevalent, and there were countless large and small sections. Jiuzhou region was just an inconspicuous small region among hundreds of large regions. However, in the past 1,000 years, the name of Jiuzhou region was well known. Even the top cultivation forces in Shaanxian province knew this name. In the entire Qingshui Circle, anyone who had a little understanding of cultivation affairs would be familiar with this name. Not for anything else, but because it was the source of the bloody accident of samsara that killed countless cultivation geniuses in major sects. Back then, the first holy girl of Yushu sect opened the reincarnation mirror, and countless talents entered it to compete for opportunities. Every time I think of all kinds of grand occasions, I feel excited, but hundreds of years later, the treasure reincarnation only reached the 2nd level. A large number of cultivation geniuses and future giants died in it, and their souls were destroyed. All the major sects were in a panic and gathered in one place to find a solution. But in less than a year, the remaining 99% of the geniuses in the reincarnation mirror died. On that day, the sky of our Jiuzhou region was blood red. Unfortunately, in the end, the reincarnation mirror collapsed by itself and broke into countless pieces and scattered in all circles. No one could know the truth of that year. Next to a low and dilapidated village, under a shady big banyan tree, a white-bearded old man in a patched coat was holding a cattail leaf fan. He couldn't help sighing, as if he was recalling the tragic situation of that year, and the wrinkles on his face were all bunched up. In front of him, several little radishes, who seemed to be no more than 4 or 5 years old, tilted their heads and blinked with a puzzled look. However, they were still full of interest, squatting beside the old man and unwilling to leave. There were no cultivators in the village, and only the young men in the family practiced martial arts. There were no teachers either. The funniest person in the village was the old farmer who liked to talk about immortals. However, the things that the old farmer said were interesting to the adults in the village at first, and they treated it as a fairy tale. Later, the old farmer said it too many times, and it was inevitable that people would get annoyed. As a result, after several years, as long as the old farmer sat down and wanted to say something, the other villagers would find an excuse to leave. Only a group of children would never get tired of it. However, despite this being the case, the old farmer still said it again and again. Regardless of whether others heard it or not, he had to say it for himself to hear. If he didn't say it, then the pain in his heart would be impossible to get rid of, and he would go mad from resentment. The old farmer took this to heart and never mentioned it to anyone. "Old Huang, you're still going on and on about it? All the sweet potatoes in your field have been stolen by Buttface, who lives by the river." When the woman who came out to feed the chickens saw the situation under the tree, an unhappy expression flashed across her face. she immediately shouted loudly. The old farmer's complexion immediately changed. He staggered as he got up. He didn't care that he had lost a straw shoe and ran towards his sweet potato field, causing the children to burst into laughter. After the old farmer left, the children felt quite bored. A group of children ran to the woman, and a little fat boy jumped out and hugged her, calling her mother coquettishly. The woman immediately beamed with joy. Seeing that most of the other families were girls, she was quite complacent. She didn't forget to warn her son, Daniel, don't listen to Grandpa Huang. Yes, everything he said was a lie. I know. The little fat boy nodded his head obediently. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, Mother, are there really immortals in this world? What is the cultivation that Grandpa Huang mentioned? The woman rolled her eyes. If there are so many immortals, why is your Grandpa Huang still farming in our village? Don't talk about cultivation. Go back and practice your strength, or how can you be a hunter in the future? Oh. The little fat boy responded and was no longer curious. The woman looked at the remaining girls who hadn't left. She turned into the house and took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes. Maybe one of them would be her son's daughter-in-law in the future. It was always good to leave a good impression. However, when she got to the last girl, the smile on her face immediately faded. She fumbled around in the bag and only took out one sweet potato. In the end, she seemed to think it was too much, so she added another sweet potato and placed it in the girl's hand. You little girl, don't play around. Go back and take care of your father. The girl lowered her head and silently put away the dried sweet potato. She didn't say anything and left. She was heading for her home. Seeing her go far, the woman withdrew her gaze. Her face immediately became stern. She pulled her son's ear and scolded, How many times have I told you? Don't play with this jinx. Why don't you listen to me? The little fat boy was dissatisfied this time and shouted, Mother, isn't Arya a little ugly? She is a good person and often goes to the mountain to bring snacks for us. Why don't you let me play with her? The woman immediately got angry. She grabbed the little fat boy and began to spank him. Are you still not obedient? When did I hurt you? And that Arya, how can she be ugly? If you play with her again, other brothers and sisters will not play with you. The little fat boy was beaten and cried. Coupled with the serious consequences his mother said, he suddenly shouted, Mother! Stop it, Dad! Come and save me! I won't play with Arya anymore. At this moment, in front of the sweet potato field, Huang stopped on the ridge of the field panting. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. All the sweet potatoes in the field were not missing. The little wife of the Zhang family was really eloquent. What she said seemed to be true, which almost made him run half to death. Well, I'll talk to the old boy of the Zhang family later. After 2 breaths, Huang turned around and was about to go back, but he found another thin girl standing on the ridge of the field. The little girl's skin was very white, as if the fierce sunlight couldn't leave a single trace on her body. However, this kind of whiteness was mostly due to malnutrition. Her thin and small body gave the illusion that she could be crushed with one hand. She was so thin that she did not look like a child of 7 or 8 years old at all, so she still mingled with children of 4 or 5 years old. But even so, the crisscrossing, spiderweb-like scars on her face still made it impossible for her to find a playmate. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Huang was surprised. The iconic scars on her face quickly reminded him who the little girl in front of him was. Aren't you Arya from the east side of the river? Arya nodded and rarely said, Grandpa, can you tell me the story of the first holy girl of Yushu sect again? At this time, Huang was surprised to find that Arya's voice was not as rough as that of her mother, who was transferred to another family. Instead, it was like the sound of an empty valley, sweet and beautiful. At least, Huang had never heard such a beautiful voice in the area where mortals lived in his life, except in that place. But seeing the scars on Arya's face, Huang shook his head regretfully and did not say much. He sat on the ridge, patted the place beside him, and said kindly, "Come and sit down. I will tell you. You are the first one who is not tired of listening to me for 3 years. In this respect, you are better than Antley in the village." From 4 years old to 7 years old, the child still wanted to listen, which surprised Huang himself. Arya seemed to hear that Huang was praising her, and a smile appeared on her face. But the scars moved with the smile, which was more terrible than not smiling. After all, Huang was a person who had seen the big world. Seeing this, he did not show any different expression. Instead, he pondered for a moment and laughed in a low voice. "For the sake of listening to my story for 3 years, I will tell you something different this time. But what I tell you today you can't tell others. Can you do that?" Arya nodded. She had no friends. As for her father, it was even more impossible for her to tell him anything. Huang seemed to understand this, and quickly got into the mood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, in those days, I was an ordinary handyman of Yushu sect, and I was on the mount of the first holy girl." Arya showed curiosity. She did not understand why she was interested in these things, but children would not think so much. She wanted to know, so she came to listen. Obviously, Huang would tell her more stories today. Huang seemed to be lost in memories, and his eyes were full of fanaticism and longing. The world of immortals is beyond the imagination of mortals. They fly in the sky and are omnipotent. But those immortals do not call themselves immortals, but call themselves cultivators. More commonly, they call themselves practitioners. I didn't know this until I joined the sect. The first holy girl of Yushu sect was really a fairy-like figure. In those days I was. Huang had a great time talking, and Arya was also fascinated. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dark. Huang had no choice but to postpone the story. After sending Arya to the east side of the river, he turned home. Arya's family lived in the east side of the river. If he did not send her home, he would not be at ease. He had lived alone for a long time these years and felt too lonely. In addition, Arya was not tired of his nagging, so he had the idea of adopting her. However, every time he thought of Arya's troublesome father, Huang could only give up. In the east side of the river, there were mostly wastelands, and only one piece of land was reclaimed, which was the one in front of Arya's family. More than 10 years ago, there were more villagers in the east side of the river than in the west side of the river. But because of many disasters, only Arya's family stayed in the east side of the river. Squeak, in front of the earthen courtyard covered with thatch, Arya carefully pushed the door open and poked her head in. Her ears and eyes were faintly filled with panic and fear. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, Arya breathed a sigh of relief. She rushed in, closed the door, and walked to the earthen stove in the corner of the courtyard to start a fire to cook. But before the fire could be ignited, a faint voice filled with anger suddenly rang out. Chapter 324. Hearing the sound, Arya was so scared that her body trembled. The firewood in her hands scattered on the ground, but she didn't pick it up. Instead, she stepped over the firewood and ran away. Behind her, the man with a hideous scar on his face limped to her. He looked like a ferocious ghost. "How dare you run away? You are a loser. You still want to find that bitch?" Arya shook her head in horror, but the man was still excited. He bent down to pick up a firewood on the ground and smashed it at Arya's head. "Today I will beat you to death, you loser." "Ah!" Arya let out a scream of horror. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged with her flexible and petite body. The firewood smashed on the ground and broke into 2 pieces. The sound made Arya's heart tremble. If it hit her, it must be very painful. She didn't want to feel pain anymore. "Daddy, I didn't mean it." Arya ran around the yard and begged. Arya was just playing and delayed the time. "I won't do it again. Daddy, please spare my life." "You are lying. You just want to run away." That bitch left me. Do you want me to die so that you can rely on her? You come back so late to cook. Do you want me to starve to death? As the man said, a red madness appeared in his eyes. He turned back and tightened the door bolt, continuing to chase and beat Arya. Although Arya was flexible, she was still young and couldn't take big steps. In the end, she gradually ran out of strength and was caught and beaten violently. Cry. You only know how to cry. Go and cook for me. Clang. The man swung the stick and the madness in his eyes faded away. He turned back to the house. Arya hugged her knees and curled up in the corner of the mud wall. She sobbed in a low voice and wiped the blood on her arms with her small hands. When the man's voice came again in the house, she had to bear the pain in her body and got up to make a fire to cook. Hiss, the cold well water soaked her small hands. Arya took a deep breath and felt the pain in the wounds on her hands lessen. Then she began to wash the rice. The blood in the wounds inevitably flowed into the water, but soon it was diluted and invisible. Suddenly, she was slightly stunned. Just now she seemed to see a wisp of black air flashing in the rice water. It condensed into a dot and finally bloomed like a black lotus. Illusion? The young girl didn't think too much about it. She blinked her eyes in confusion and continued to wash the rice. Being beaten, begging for mercy, working this scene seemed to be repeated every few days. The only difference was that the man's temperament became more and more violent. When he was angry, his eyes would be scarlet red and he would lose his mind. When it was serious, he wouldn't even know what he was doing. He was like a bottle that was about to be filled to the brim with sand. Every day, sand was forcibly stuffed into the bottle. One day in the future, when the sand reached a certain limit, the bottle would definitely crack open. The man who was deeply involved did not notice the cause of such a situation. The young and ignorant Arya did not even have the slightest association. She just obediently obeyed her horrible biological father every day. Early the next morning, the rooster crowed from the west side of the river. Arya, who was half asleep, immediately got up to make breakfast. The painful memory of yesterday was still very clear. After making breakfast, she opened the door but did not find her father's limping figure. When she was wondering, suddenly there was a burst of messy footsteps outside the door. Arya looked back and immediately saw Huang, who told her a story yesterday, and several respectable old people in the village. Looking at Arya holding the breakfast with a confused look on her face, a faint pity flashed across the faces of the few old people, but it soon disappeared. Although they were the good people in the village, no one wanted to touch this ugly little girl. Well, Huang, take her to kowtow to her father first. The village head standing in the middle said, turned around and left, and then the rest also left. Huang snorted, and sarcasm flashed in his eyes. When he looked back and saw Arya, he walked in slowly and picked her up. Girl, your life is really hard. You will live with your grandpa in the future. What happened to my father? Arya asked cautiously, with a well-hidden expectation in her eyes. Huang sighed. It seems that he knocked his foot last night. Your father fell into the river and drowned. One day later, with the help of many villagers, there was a new grave on the top of the hill. Arya, dressed in linen clothes, cried her heart out. Her voice could be heard from far away, which made many farmers watching from a distance feel sorry for her. This girl is so pitiful. She has never encountered a good thing since she was born. Otherwise, why is she called a jinx? She has just died. Don't say a few words. The woman immediately shut up. She didn't want to be possessed by a ghost in the middle of the night. The village head, leaning on his crutch, looked at Huang standing behind Arya and comforted her gently. He shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, Huang is willing to adopt this girl. She is blessed. Everyone immediately echoed. Everyone knows Su Silin's bad temper. When his mother and wife were still alive, he often beat his mother. How could a girl bear it? If she hadn't run away with a wild man, I'm afraid that she would have died of anger like Su Silin's mother. Angered to death? Someone sneered. Who knows whether she was angered to death or beaten to death? After Sue Sillen's mother died, he immediately cremated her. Obviously, he had a guilty conscience. I think the plague 7 years ago must have something to do with Sue Sillen. The unfilial son was struck by lightning, and so many neighbors were implicated. The more people talked, the more excited they were. They didn't notice that the old man and the young girl had come down from the mountain. Huang was confused and couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" As soon as they saw Arya, there was an instant silence, and the atmosphere became strange. The village head's face trembled, and a trace of unnaturalness flashed through his eyes. He tried to avoid Arya's innocent eyes and looked at Huang, saying, "When these things happened, you had not come to our village. I will tell you the details later. You see, Arya is tired. Go back and have a rest." Huang nodded and nodded. "Then I will see you in the evening." The village head nodded and watched Huang leave with Arya. A group of villagers immediately surrounded him and said hurriedly, "Village head, you can't say what happened 7 years ago." "Yes." The fat boy's mother echoed, "Village head, think about it. If you tell Huang what happened 7 years ago, he will definitely think of Arya. If he doesn't want Arya, you will suffer. If none of us raises her and she dies, your position as the village head will come to an end." Enough. Seeing that they were going too far, Elder Lee's face turned red with anger. He slammed his crutch on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I know what I'm doing. Even if something happens, it won't be your turn to be in trouble. Disperse." The fat boy's mother rolled her eyes and was not afraid of the village head at all. "Our kindness is regarded as ill intent. Let's go." The remaining women also said a few words in a strange tone before turning around and leaving. "Old village head, they are all narrow-minded. Please don't take it to heart. Yes, they are all women. They are not sensible." The only hunters in the village comforted him and left one after another. Only the village head stood there with a gloomy look. No one knew what he was thinking. When Huang took Arya back to his home, Arya immediately ran to the stove and was ready to work. Huang was so scared that he picked Arya up and scolded, "What do you want to do? My stove can't stand your tossing. Go and play. I'll cook." Arya's eyes became watery instantly. Huang was confused. Finally, he heard Arya said in tears, "Grandpa, I can cook. I can go up the mountain to collect firewood. I can do everything. Grandpa, don't leave me." Huang was stunned and looked at the little girl who was picked up by him. He didn't do anything. Why did she think that he didn't want her? Suddenly, he fixed his eyes and saw the wounds on Arya's hands. His face immediately became gloomy. He sat down with Arya in his arms and opened the linen covering her wrists. Sure enough, just like his face, he was covered in scars, and many of them were fresh. "Son of a bitch! If I had known, I would." He couldn't help cursing and immediately felt guilty. There were too many wounds on Arya's face. Besides, the girl usually wrapped herself tightly, so he didn't notice it. "Little girl, Grandpa will never abandon you. You will follow me in the future. As long as I can do it, you don't have to do any rough work. You can learn needlework like other girls. Oh, by the way, I can read. I will teach you to read." The night was as cold as water. On the newly arranged bed, Arya had fallen asleep peacefully. There were still tears in her eyes, but she didn't panic after being comforted by Huang. Huang chuckled, and an unprecedented sense of warmth rose in his heart. He spent most of his life in Yushu sect in order to seek immortality and learn the Tao. His relatives had long died or separated, not to mention getting married and having children. Now he suddenly had a granddaughter. Huang really wanted to leave all the good things to her. It's almost time. Let's see what old Li will say. 7 years ago, the girl was just born. What happened at that time? With doubts, Huang gently closed the door and turned to the old village head's house. Soon, Huang came to the old village head's fence and saw the village head sitting on a stone stool outside the house, waiting for him with a lighted candle. Seeing Huang, the village head nodded and said, "Come in. The door is open." After Huang pushed the door and sat down, the village head looked at him deeply. Seeing the remaining joy on his face, he seemed to understand something. He didn't confirm anything and said directly, Chapter 325. 10 years ago, in Tieha village, Su Silan became the best hunter in the village by virtue of his strength and married his wife, Shall We. He lived a good life. Although he was a little grumpy, he didn't beat his wife and mother. After a year of marriage, Shall We was pregnant, which made Su Silan very happy. Su's mother even told everyone she met that her daughter-in-law was pregnant and would definitely give birth to a big fat boy. Maybe because she said too much and violated the taboo, Shall We finally gave birth to a daughter. Although Su Silan and Su's mother were not very happy, they didn't show it. Then, less than a year later, Shall We was pregnant with the second child. This time, Su Silan and his mother didn't say a word, waiting for the birth of the child in Shall We's belly. But this time, it was a daughter. Su Silan finally got angry and didn't even bother to name the child. He beat his wife, who was still weak. When they quarreled, the fine jewelry scratched the second daughter's face, and the blood was everywhere. Recalling this, the village head sighed, "This is Arya." Later, the villagers went to mediate and kindly cleaned his family, but Shall We was disheartened and took her eldest daughter back to her mother's home. Later, I heard that she remarried and there was no news of her. Su Silan's mother died of anger not long after that. Just a few days after that day, the people on the east side of the river were infected with the plague, and everyone was crazy and had a bad temper. All the clinics in the town were occupied by our village. It took about half a year for the illness of the people on the east side of the river to get better. After getting better, they moved away one by one. In less than a month, all of them left, except Su Silan's family. It's strange that Arya was just born at that time. She should be the most susceptible to infection, but she was the only one who didn't get sick. I sent her to the nanny in the village to drink milk. She was very obedient. Maybe it was God's pity for her. Huang nodded with a gloomy face. In this way, since the girl was born, she had suffered many misfortunes and never had a good day. Oldly, I understand what you're saying. Huang clapped his hands on his thighs and said in a deep voice, "Arya has had a hard life since she was a child, and I have been alone all my life. It's best for us to be companions. As long as I am alive, I will never let her suffer." Village Chief Li was overjoyed when he heard that. He finally got rid of one of his worries. "It can't be better that you think so. Arya is so lucky." Huang responded and did not say anything else. They chatted for a while and then went home. The next morning, Arya woke up and sat up from the bed. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that she was no longer in the east of the river. Her biological father was dead. Now Arya thought of something. She suddenly jumped out of bed and ran out barefoot. The morning sun shone into the yard through the mist. Arya saw Huang, who was about to make breakfast, at a glance. Her bright eyes flashed with light and she shouted, "Grandpa." Huang shivered and almost put his hand in the fire. He looked up and saw Arya. He couldn't help but grin. He immediately came over and scolded her with a smile. "You little girl, the ground is so cold. Why don't you wear shoes?" Arya just giggled and said nothing. Huang was happy to see her. She was indeed a child. It seemed that her father's death had no effect on her. "Girl, Grandpa will give you a name today, okay?" Huang sat on the threshold with Arya in his arms. "Arya is your nickname. I will send you to school in the future. You can't always be called this name." Arya nodded obediently. Her pretty eyes were full of expectation. "Grandpa, please give me a name." Huang grinned and immediately thought hard. His brows knitted together. However, although he had some unusual experiences, he was uneducated. It was very difficult for him to think of a name suddenly. Your father's surname is Su. Although he doesn't treat you well, you still need this surname, Huang muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly beat vigorously. There was no doubt that there was a bold idea in his mind at this moment. But as soon as this idea came up, he could no longer suppress it. There was a custom in the village. If a child was weak and sick when he was young, he should give him a cheap name so that he could be fed. Therefore, there were many people named Urguzi or Shurdan in the village. But if he had a bad life like Arya, he should give him a great name to change his life. What was the greatest name? And the surname was Su? There was only one candidate in Huang's mind. Although the owner of the Mount of Holy Girl of Yushu sect had changed when he went up the mountain decades ago, and most of what he said to Arya was bragging, but he remembered the legendary name very clearly. This name is a taboo in the cultivation circle, but Arya is just a mortal, and there are so many people with the same name. Huang's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he made up his mind and said, Arya, you will be called Su Li from now on, Li as in hearty. Boom! Su Li. This name, Arya's mind was blank, and her face became pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her lips trembled, and she let out a shrill howl. She held her head and kept shouting, Su Li, Su Li, Leanly, Leanly, Lingly. Huang saw that Arya was stimulated, and his face changed with fear. Girl, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. It's my fault not to call you Su Li, Arya. Looking at Arya, who was getting more and more strange, Huang panicked for a moment and finally reacted. He held Arya and went to the clinic. At this moment, Arya suddenly calmed down, stopped talking, and stopped trembling. Everything returned to normal. Huang was confused. He put down Arya and looked up and down at Arya, who closed her eyes. He really didn't know why a name could make Arya have such a big reaction. At this moment, Arya suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were dark, as deep as the starry sky. I am Su Li. She suddenly opened her mouth and her childish voice sounded again. It was more stable than before, but Huang, who had only been in contact with her for a short time, did not notice it. Instead, he nodded and said happily, Let's go. Yes, you are Su Li. At this moment, he not only didn't worry, but also felt lucky for his decision. Arya's appearance just now was mostly the blessing of the great holy girl. All kinds of magic in the cultivation circle were really beyond his estimation. Grandpa, I'm a little tired, and I want to rest for a while, Su Li said after a moment of silence. Huang didn't doubt her and nodded. Go ahead. You are growing up. Sleep more. I will call you when I cook breakfast. Su Li responded and turned back. Her pace was no longer brisk. Although Huang felt that something was wrong, he was happy, so he didn't care much about it. He turned around and went to work. Su Li returned to the room and looked at the newly made bed. She frowned and didn't say anything. After a long time, she stretched out her hand and pricked the Naguan acupoint on her wrist. Then, nothing happened. It seems that I have really left the reincarnation mirror and returned to Qingshui Circle. Su Li, who had just recovered her memory, was confused again. Her soul had been destroyed in front of the spirit of the reincarnation mirror, and there was no possibility of reincarnation. But now she not only reincarnated, but also fully recovered her memory. What happened on Earth? After a while of contemplation, Huang's voice sounded outside the house. She had to put aside distractions for a while, and her eyes flashed. No matter what, she had to get through the current predicament first. This body was too weak, and a little bigger danger could make her return to nothingness. This feeling was not very good. Huang mostly planted sweet potatoes, so he only had sweet potato porridge for breakfast. After breakfast, Huang went to work in the field, leaving Su Li alone at home, which gave her enough time to think. It is not difficult to guess what Huang said. This place is not far from Yushu sect, but people in Tieha village obviously have not contacted cultivators. This place is extremely remote, and the threat is only at the level of wild beasts, which gives me a chance to recover. Thinking of this, Su Li touched the position of the ring finger of her right hand. She could feel that the ring was still there, but it couldn't be revealed because she didn't have cultivation. Black Lotus Ring of Ghost Clan. Did she take me to reincarnate? This thought inevitably arose in her mind, and Su Li thought of all the things that happened in the east of the river before. After recovering her memory, the power of her soul soared, and she remembered every detail since she was born clearly. The desolation in the east of the river, the plague, and the violent death of Su Silin and others were all caused by her blood. Her blood seemed to be related to Black Lotus Ring, and it had all kinds of unpredictable and strange characteristics. It might be right to be called the jinx. Thinking of this, Su Li smiled and didn't feel guilty. If Su Silin took care of her carefully, there would not be so many disasters in the east of the river. Could only be said that karma was not good. Stepping on the path of cultivation again, I know the most complete method of cultivation in this life. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Su Li meditated and said nothing. Yushu sect had Yushu tactics, which was a rare mental method in the cultivation circle. Although she was a talented genius in the past, it was absolutely difficult for her to cultivate the top-grade Jindan realm in just 600 years without a good mental method. In this life, she obviously had a better choice. I was trapped in the mirror at that time, and I didn't know it. I only thought that AO sword skills was a unique skill. Now it seems that it is a top holy method of cultivation that integrates mental method and swordsmanship into one. Maybe I can use it as the foundation in this life. Ghost Valley Meditation Direction is also a holy method of cultivation, but it specializes in healing, and its power is too low. If I practice this method, I can only be controlled by others, which is not what I want. Most of the practice methods collected in other reincarnation mirror were superior mental methods, and many of them were holy method. Holy method. It was extremely rare in the top sects in Qin Shui circle. It could be seen how valuable the mental method of reincarnation mirror was. No wonder so many people were jealous of it. Su Li sighed softly, and several figures flashed through her mind. Then she shook her head gently to get rid of the distracting thoughts, and stood up to make the starting gesture of AO sword skills. Chapter 326. Crack, 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 the sound of a mechanism turning suddenly sounded in her ears. Su Li stopped and frowned to listen, but found that the sound came from her body. She had reincarnated, and there should be nothing left in her body. How could there be such a strange sound? Su Li couldn't be careless when she re-practiced. To be cautious, she didn't practice AO sword skills again, but sat down by the bed and quietly looked for the source of the sound in her body. After sensing for a moment, Su Li seemed to have gained something. She raised her right hand, and naturally began to run a secret method that she had never learned. Then, a black quaint ring finally emerged on the surface of her skin, and the black lotus on it was rotating slowly. The sound came from here. Su Li's immature face showed contemplation, which was completely inconsistent with her age. She couldn't understand. In the illusion, Black Lotus Ring had no other effect except sticking to her. Why did it move so frequently after she was inexplicably reincarnated? Was it because her bloodline had reached a certain standard under the influence of Black Lotus Ring? Since she couldn't figure it out, Su Li didn't think too much. After waiting patiently for a while, Black Lotus Ring finally stopped rotating. At the same time, Su Li's expression also changed subtly. She actually sensed a spirit from Black Lotus Ring that was so small that it was almost undetectable. Device spirit? Did this Black Lotus Ring also have a device spirit, like the reincarnation mirror? Suli looked a little colder. Her experience in the reincarnation mirror made her have no good impression on these device spirit. At this moment, the device spirit of Black Lotus sent a wave with great difficulty. It seemed that because it was too weak, the wave was intermittent. After Suli received all of it, she understood it, and her eyes became clear. The Ghost Clan regarded Black Lotus as a sacred object. In their view, the Dark Lotus symbolized their clan walking in the dark. Any existence that tried to insult the Black Lotus would be hated by the Ghost Clan. This Black Lotus ring was naturally the sacred treasure of the Ghost Clan. Suli thought it funny. What was Qi Xianqing thinking? He gave a sacred treasure of the Ghost Clan to her, a human clan, for safekeeping? And now, she actually had some kind of inseparable connection with the Black Lotus ring? Was there anything more ridiculous in this world? Even with her experience as the holy girl of Yushu sect, she felt it was incredible. Perhaps I'm not a pure human in this life. This thought flashed through Suli's mind. She thought of the strange effect of her blood. Wasn't it the talent of the Ghost Clan that Tantai Feng mentioned? What the Black Lotus ring spirit sent was not only a simple message, but also a piece of awkward-sounding words that could be tentatively called a pithy formula. She said tentatively because she had never seen such a weird practice method, which completely deviated from common sense. In Suli's understanding, if she started to practice it, there was only a dead end. Perhaps the ghost race's cultivation method was like this? The cultivation method that could be preserved by the sacred object of the Ghost Clan could not be rubbish. Maybe it was a higher cultivation method than Ao sword skills. If she really had the body of a ghost, she might be able to cultivate successfully. Suli hesitated for a while. What she worried about was not the difference between human and ghost, but the danger of cultivation. After experiencing so much, she didn't care so much about the boundary between the human clan and the ghost clan. Although Tantai Feng repeatedly warned her not to have any relationship with the ghost clan, but whether her master Qi Xianqing was sincere to her, she could see it clearly with her own eyes. Taking a deep breath, Suli's eyes were a little more cautious. The ghost clan's cultivation method had always been famous for its weirdness, and there must be a lot of danger to practice it. She was only 7 years old in this life, and her physical body had not been tempered. She couldn't stand the toss at all. If this ghost clan's cultivation method was really overbearing, she might accidentally lose her life again. After thinking about it again and again, Suli finally sighed and gave up the idea of practicing this nameless ghost clan's cultivation method. At this moment, another thought came from Black Lotus Ring. After the thought was sent, the spirit seemed to reach the limit of weakness, and soon fell into silence again. Suli could no longer sense any pneuma of it. The content of this thought was more than the last time. Although Suli's soul still maintained the characteristics of sharp sixth senses, it was only the level of ordinary children in terms of strength, so it took a long time to digest it. After a full hour, Suli suddenly opened her eyes, and there was an unconcealable shock and gloominess on her face. The message from the spirit didn't recur, which could be said to be extremely simple, but for Suli, it was not easy to be shocked. The body of evil ghost? She was actually the body of evil ghost that was not tolerated by the natural law in this life? Suli had never heard of the origin of this kind of physique before, but the spirit explained very clearly that her physique could adapt to the cultivation method of the ghost clan or the human clan, and no matter what the nature of the mental method was, she could show extremely strong talent. As long as there was enough energy support, it was not a dream for her to recover to Jindan realm in a short time. But everything had a limit. The physique like Suli, which could be improved without limit, must not be tolerated by the natural law. She was even regarded as a natural enemy by the natural law and was killed by a chess piece. How difficult it was to grow up under the eyes of the natural law. In the Ghost Clan, the body of evil ghost had always been a taboo. If it was born, it would only be regarded as an ominous person and thrown into the endless void, leaving it to fend for itself. Among the human clan, as long as it was heard that the body of evil ghost appeared, the whole clan would hunt it down until it was annihilated. It could be said that the body of evil ghost was a mouse that everyone wanted to beat. Once it was found, there was no way to survive. After taking a breath, Suli looked slightly pale, and there was a little cold sweat on her forehead. The whole world was her enemy. She was really the enemy of the whole world. For her, who had not yet started to re-practice, the pressure was too great. This lifetime would surely be more difficult than any of the lifetimes she'd experienced. She had to be careful with every single step she took and couldn't give herself away in the slightest. Otherwise, she would be easily crushed by the heaven Tao like an ant. After a long time, when the stooped figure of Huang appeared at the door, Suli spat out a foul breath and restrained all the emotions in her heart, but her face was inevitably a little pale. Seeing her, Huang walked over worriedly, touched Suli's forehead full of cold sweat, and said with concern, "Girl, are you uncomfortable? Tell me, and I will take you to the clinic to have a look." Suli shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm fine, Grandpa. I just had a nightmare." Huang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It was normal for this girl to have nightmares just a few days after her father's death. But, in the afternoon, he would go to the clinic in the town to buy some tranquilizer medicine to recuperate for this girl. Thinking in his heart, Huang didn't say much to Suli and turned to make lunch. After Huang left, Suli's dark eyes flashed. She was naturally grateful to Huang. If he didn't mention the name Suli, she didn't know how many years it would take for her to recover her memory. Maybe she would expose her body of evil ghost in a muddle and die again inexplicably. She must repay such a great kindness, but unfortunately, she couldn't do it now. She didn't know whether Huang could wait for the day when she could repay him at his age. Huang quickly made lunch, which was just some simple vegetables and sweet potatoes. Seeing Suli eating with relish, Huang smiled and nodded slightly, and then frowned. This little girl's body was still growing, so she couldn't eat without some nutrition. However, those fish and meat weren't something that he could afford just by growing sweet potatoes. "I heard that the town dock is still short of people. Although I am old, I can move it with the basic mental method I learned in Yushu sect. As for the sweet potato field, I will take care of it in the morning and evening," Huang thought in his heart. After telling Suli to stay at home obediently, he ran away without a trace. Suli naturally didn't care about Huang, and she was no longer in a hurry to restore her cultivation as before. Instead, she closed the door and went out. If she rashly practiced and leaked the energy of evil ghost in her body, she might be noticed immediately and lead to a dead end. In this way, she could only postpone the practice plan. She was still very weak, and was not even an ant in front of natural law. If she could arrange a simple tactical matrix to isolate pneuma, she should be able to completely cover up her pneuma. But how could she get the materials of the tactical matrix? Suli felt a little headache. The universal currency of the cultivation circle was spiritual stones. She had no spiritual stones at all, and she didn't have enough cultivation to rob. This seemed to be a dead knot. While wandering on the ridge, Suli unconsciously came to the bank of Taishui River. She sat down and put her feet in the water. Looking at the clear river, the fish kept swimming around her little feet. This river could be said to be the lifeline of Tieha village. All the people relied on it for water, food and drink, so it was also fabricated with all kinds of magic. The little fatty told her that this river had a history of nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, Taishui River was not only about 6 feet wide as it was now, but a big river with no end in sight. Later, the world suddenly changed, and Taishui River also changed. The originally invisible water became solid, as hard as iron, and felt like a mirror. No one could scoop out a drop of water, and many people starved to death. People all said that the river god was angry and sent many sacrifices every year, but Taishui River still didn't change at all. Later, people living near Taishui River all moved away in order to survive, and the reputation of Taishui River also spread. As time passed, it gradually became a legend. Now, this ordinary river, which had dried up and shrunk like a thin willow and was no bigger than a ditch, was the legendary Taishui River. People in Tieha village naturally didn't believe it. They just took it as a myth and put gold on their faces by the way. Anyway, it could be related to magic and mortals would not refuse it. Area. When she was thinking randomly, Suli suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked up and found it was the little fatty. It seemed that after these 2 days of practice, this brat had already thrown his mother's instructions to the back of his mind. Chapter 327. Suli frowned and didn't want to pay attention to the little fatty. But on second thought, she felt it was inappropriate. Before recovering her memory, she would never refuse any invitation from a playmate. Besides, she had nothing else to do now. Brother, wait for me. Suli got up and jumped to follow him. They quickly left the village along the river and stopped at the foot of a low mountain. Taishui River reached here. The large beasts on the mountain had long been killed by hunters. There were only some small animals left, which were not dangerous. Therefore, people in the village did not prohibit children from playing here. The little fatty carefully observed around and found that there was no one else except Suli. Then he jumped into the river, and the water was just above his ankles. Suli looked at him and felt that he was groping for something in the river. She didn't urge him and turned to look at the nameless low mountain. There was no pharmacist in the village. There should be a lot of medicinal materials in the mountain. After the little fatty left, she might as well go up and have a look. Area look. At this time, the little fatty finally straightened up and fished out a palm-sized ring wrapped in mud from the water. Although it looked shabby, the pattern on it was very simple and beautiful. The little fatty laughed extremely happily. The treasure I mentioned is this. Buzz. At the moment when her eyes touched this thing, Suli's face changed dramatically. She jumped into the river without hesitation and grabbed the ring from the little fatty. Her hands trembled slightly, and she put it in the water to wash it. Although the little fatty was a little unhappy, he took out this thing to give to Suli, so he didn't care too much and just watched Suli's movements. The mud slowly faded with the river, revealing the original appearance of the ring. It was like a bracelet engraved with complex patterns, which looked delicate and unique. This thing was exactly the same as the one she had in Yushu sect, except that the middle was transparent and the most important mirror was missing. Only the frame was left. Reincarnation mirror. Reincarnation mirror was broken? Suli frowned tightly and groped for the feeling, but she could no longer sense the existence of any reincarnation illusion. After the illusion was broken, where did the people who had been trapped in it go? Ling Li, Fang Yuan, Chu Qingning, those relatives and friends who used to be illusory, and her son. Suli suddenly grasped her chest. Her face was faintly pale, and a familiar obsession ignited in her black pupils. She thought she could leave everything and set foot on the road of cultivation. But when the wreckage of reincarnation mirror was in front of her, she found she couldn't let it go. Fine. Since that was the case, he might as well put an end to all of this. Suli sighed deeply, and her eyes focused on the ring again. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the sarcasm in her eyes grew stronger. Mirror spirit of reincarnation mirror, did you have such a day? Although her soul was about to be broken, the mirror spirit of Su, the mirror spirit, it. Area, what's wrong? The little fatty suddenly came over, and his big round face almost occupied Su Li's sight. He said, if you are in a daze again, it will be dark. Su Li suddenly woke up and put the bracelet on her hand. Her voice was like sweet spring water, clear and sweet. Thank you, brother. I like the bracelet very much. The little fatty chuckled and whispered, let's go back quickly. Hide the bracelet in your sleeve and don't let anyone find it. If my mother finds out that I brought you out to play again, you'll be in trouble. Suli nodded obediently. Although it was only the frame of reincarnation mirror, if it was leaked to cultivators, it would definitely cause a disturbance. Of course, she would not let that happen. Seeing Suli agreed, the little fatty was finally relieved. He talked with Suli for a long time, and then went home contentedly. Suli glanced at the slightly dim sky and shook her head slightly. It seemed that she couldn't go to the mountain today. She would find something at the foot of the mountain and go back. It was dark soon after she returned home. Seeing that Huang had not come back, Suli skillfully made a fire to cook, and fried the wild vegetables picked from the mountain into a dish. After doing this, the moon was already high. Huang finally came back with a medicine bag in his hand. Seeing the food on the table, Huang was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly put down the medicine bag and walked to Suli's room. Suli, who was studying the ring of reincarnation mirror, heard the movement. She quickly looked up and saw Huang's face. She smiled and showed her teeth. Grandpa, you are back. Seeing the injury on Suli's hand that had not healed, Huang's eyes were wet, but he held it back and nodded with a smile. Yes, come out to eat. I also want to taste Li's cooking. Picking up the chopsticks, Huang picked up the wild vegetables and put them in his mouth to taste. He thought it was bitter and embarrassing, but there was a faint sweetness in the delicious taste. His old eyes brightened slightly. He chewed in big mouthfuls and praised inarticulately, Li, your cooking is much better than mine. I will have good food in the future. Ha ha ha, Suli nodded, and her eyes were bright. As long as you are happy, Grandpa. I will cook for you every day. Good, good, good. A simple dinner was spent in warmth. After washing the dishes, Huang boiled a large bucket of hot water and poured the bought medicine bag into the water. He told Suli, I bought some medicine for you, which is good for your body. You should soak in it for at least 2 hours. Do you understand? Suli nodded. After Huang left, she looked at the turquoise bathwater with a serious expression. She smelled at least 5 kinds of medicinal materials that had the effect of healing and removing scars. Now she needed these to recover from her injury. But where did Huang get so much money to buy medicine? These medicinal materials were not cheap. Well, it's no use to think too much. When my cultivation is restored, I will repay him. Suli pursed her lips slightly, took off her clothes and sat in the bathtub. She leaned against the edge of the bathtub and quietly moved her pneuma and blood to speed up the recovery of her injury. The medicinal bath water became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an hour, it became clear water, and the efficacy of the medicine was gone. Most of Suli's injuries were healed. She was at the age of vigor, so it was much easier to recover from injuries than when she was older. However, because she moved her pneuma and blood to speed up the recovery of her injury, her face became paler. The medicinal materials to replenish pneuma and blood are very precious for warriors. I don't know if there are any more on the short mountain. Sensing the anemia in her body, Suli's eyes slightly sank. At this moment, the sky full of stars suddenly sprinkled a starlight, which wrapped Suli in a moment of shock. In an instant, a cool and gentle pneuma completely wrapped her, and a series of bursting sounds came from her thin body. Immediately, Suli felt that her physical fitness had at least tripled, and the weakness accumulated in 7 years had disappeared. She was no worse than a miss from an ordinary big family. Why does the starlight suddenly come? Suli was surprised and doubtful. Then an idea flashed in her mind. She raised her right hand, and the quaint bracelet on her wrist was emitting a faint fluorescence. If she didn't look carefully, she couldn't see it at all. Reincarnation mirror can restore itself? Suli was surprised, but immediately felt it was reasonable. After all, this thing was an ancient treasure. Even if it was broken, it was possible to recover. She looked up at the starry sky with no abnormalities, and narrowed her eyes slightly. In this way, even if she didn't practice, her physical body would be constantly tempered by the starlight and become stronger. In her previous life, she suffered a lot in the illusion. In this life, the broken reincarnation mirror became her help. Take it as your compensation for me. Suli smiled coldly, closed her eyes, and tried to lead the power on the bracelet to continue to temper herself. As expected, a part of the starlight poured into her body, staining her newly born internal organs with a layer of silver ash. Little by little, the impurities were discharged from the body along the pores. Gradually, a sense of emptiness spread from Su Li's body. After a long time, Su Li sensed that the starlight on the bracelet had been consumed by her. She opened her eyes, quickly cleaned the dirt on her body, and got up to dry herself. As soon as she jumped up, Su Li felt a unique lightness spread all over her body. It seemed that she could fly out as long as she tiptoed. Of course, Su Li knew this was an illusion. She hadn't re-practiced, so no matter how she tempered her physical body, it was impossible to reach the realm of floating in the air. Putting on the linen clothes, Su Li glanced at her wrist, which had no scars at all. Her pupils shrank and she covered her sleeves again, covering the reincarnation bracelet by the way. She thought for a moment, and ran to the well to fetch a bucket of water. Then she saw her face in the water in the moonlight. Although the ugly scars were less, they were still there. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. If even the scars on her face disappeared, she really didn't know what to do. If it attracted more attention, there was a possibility of exposure. Fortunately, things didn't develop in the worst direction. Time flew, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Huang finally found that the scars on Su Li's body disappeared, but he didn't feel strange. Instead, he was very happy. He attributed all this to the self-healing ability of children. In this way, he looked forward to the time when the scars on Su Li's face would disappear as she grew up. Then he wouldn't have to worry about Su Li being lonely after he died. At this time, Su Li finally confirmed one thing. The reincarnation mirror had the ability to shield the mysteries of heaven. Otherwise, it was impossible for the mighty figures in the illusion to not have any nature's punishment. Although the broken frame was much weaker than the complete reincarnation mirror, it was enough for her. So, she finally began to practicing the Ghost Clan's most precious practice method named Secret Records of Black Lotus by her. As for the practice of AO sword skills, she postponed it. After all, she had comprehended the first 9 hurdles of AO sword skills in the illusion, and what she lacked was time. Now she just wanted to know what was so magical about Secret Records of Black Lotus. Chapter 328. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Su Li stayed in Tieha village all the time and never went out to see the changes in the outside world. The nimbus in Tieha village was barren, and there was no condition for cultivation at all. However, she pushed her cultivation to the peak of the 3rd hurdle of Lianqi realm in just 3 years with the convenience of the body of evil ghost and the reincarnation mirror. The remaining 4 years were limited by the environment, and her cultivation could not be improved. However, her physical strength reached the peak of Zhuji realm because of the frequent quenching of starlight. Such a strange situation could only be caused by Su Li's special physique. If she could enter a suitable environment for cultivation, her cultivation could easily reach Zhuji realm in a short time. However, as early as 1,000 years ago, the blessed places suitable for cultivation had been divided up by the major cultivation sections. Even the places with poor nimbus were occupied by small sections. If she wanted to restore her cultivation, she must join a sect. Holding the literacy book in her hand, Su Li's eyes flickered. It was possible to expose her identity if she contacted the practitioners. But if she didn't contact them, she was likely to be trapped in the 3rd hurdle of Lianqi realm for the rest of her life. The gap between the third hurdle of Lienchi realm and the ninth hurdle of Jindan realm in her previous life was as huge as that between fireflies and the bright moon. In this vast and boundless Qinshui circle, the practitioners in Jindan realm could barely survive. Even in Yushu sect, there were at least 10 people who could kill her. So, if a casual practitioner in the third hurdle of Lienchi realm walked in the cultivation circle, he had to be careful even when breathing. If he was unlucky, he might be trampled to death by a powerful practitioner. Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly. She couldn't enter the sect deliberately. She needed an opportunity and she waited for 4 years. But even so, she remained patient. If she wanted to know what happened in the past, she must step into the cultivation circle. The only difference was whether she was active or passive. If she was passive, it would be more natural and less likely to be exposed. But if there was no opportunity, she could only take the risk to contact the cultivation circle. So, she set a deadline for herself, which was 10 years. Now there were 3 years left. Bang! The wooden ruler hit the table very loudly. The well-dressed teacher looked serious, and his old eyes faintly showed disgust. He scolded, "Su Li." Su Li changed her mind and slowly raised her head. When her eyes met the teacher's, she was already at a loss. Her expression immediately caused a burst of laughter in the school. The teacher was gloomy. He came over and patted Su Li's desk. "Give me your hand." Su Li sighed in her heart and stretched out her hand obediently. Pa! The wooden ruler hit her palm hard. Although Su Li didn't feel much pain, she still cooperated and showed an aggrieved expression. "No one has ever dared to not listen to my lessons. You are the first. Yesterday I told you that if you don't listen to my lessons, don't ever think about listening to my lessons again. Now get out of here, Pa." When the last foot fell, Su Li's palms were red. She didn't refute anything and obediently put away the book and walked out of the door. Her experience was so profound that she didn't need to learn much even in a cultivation sect, let alone a mortal school. But Huang didn't know that and insisted on spending the money. So, Su Li could only let him arrange it. As for telling him the truth, Su Li never thought about it. Her identity was too sensitive, and it would only hurt Huang. After the class in the evening, a scholar in blue hurried from another schoolyard. When he saw Su Li standing at the door of the school and hadn't left, his eyes immediately brightened. He walked quickly to Su Li and said with a smile, "Sister Su Li, let's go back to the village together?" Su Li looked up at him and said, "Aren't you afraid of your mother's blame?" The face of the scholar in blue could still see the outline of the little fat boy, but now he was not fat and had a very formal name, Yang Chuanbua. Speaking of which, Yang Chuanbua learned how to be a hunter under the guidance of his father since he was a child. He should have no opportunity to go to the school in the town. But Yang Chuanbua's third uncle became the mayor of the town, and the family's wealth rose greatly. Naturally, he didn't have to run around for survival. Yang Chuanbua's parents thought about it and felt that if he studied, he might be able to take over his third uncle's position in the future. After all, his third uncle was a loner and had no children. The only person he was close to was Yang Chuanbua. As for why Su Li came to school, needless to say, Huang's obsession to make Su Li stand out was stronger than anyone else. Even if the school tuition was very high, he still gritted his teeth and supported it. To Huang's surprise, he worked hard every day, but he didn't get sick. Instead, he became healthier, which really puzzled him. He couldn't find the answer. Over time, he no longer struggled and was happy to go on like this. Yang Chuanbua smiled bitterly and said, "We are the only 2 students in this town, and now you have become beautiful. Even if my mother sees you, she won't blame you." Yang Chuanbua, on the other hand, was still as honest as before. Everything he said was straightforward and without any scheming. Su Li touched the corner of her eyes. Starlight had been refining her body for 7 years, and the scars on her face had long disappeared. Only a small lotus mark in the corner of her eye, which was only the size of a broad bean, was left. It didn't affect her face, but added a little brightness. Huang and the villagers all thought it was a scar left when she was a child. Only she knew in her heart that it must have something to do with Black Lotus Ring. "If you are not afraid of being scolded, you can follow me," Su Li said and walked ahead. Yang Chuanbua immediately smiled and followed her. As the saying goes, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. He still remembered that when Arya was a child, there were many scars on her face. She was the ugliest of all the little girls in the village. But after only 7 years, after the scars on Su Li's face faded, she became extremely beautiful and lively. She became the most beautiful girl in the village. At the age of 14, it was almost the age to talk about marriage. Now his family was the best in the whole village. Naturally, he wanted to marry Su Li. Moreover, he didn't listen to his mother when he was a child and treated Su Li very well. He must have left a good impression on Su Li, so he had a greater chance to marry her. This caused him and his mother to rejoice. Yang Chuanbo was still thinking. He unconsciously walked through the mountain road, and Tieha village was already in sight. Su Li stood on the edge of the mountain road and looked down. Smoke had been rising from the roofs of households. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and looked to the right. There were 2 smokes, which were completely different from the smoke, coming straight through. Amidst the mist, a young man and a young woman dressed in green and red sword robes rode on the cloud-like magic treasures beneath their feet, flying neither too fast nor too slow. Amidst the lingering clouds and mist, they emitted an otherworldly aura. They were both dragons and phoenixes among men, outstanding and extraordinary. First Senior Fellow Apprentice. The dignified woman in a red sword robe with a soft sword tied to her waist suddenly complained, "Martial Uncle Yuan is clearly using his position to avenge his personal grievances. He asked us to come to such a barren place to find children with immortal latency. What an idiot!" The calm face of the young man, who seemed to be 2 years older than the woman, was a little gloomy. He frowned slightly but said, "Junior Sister Apprentice, don't talk about the elders. Since Martial Uncle ordered us to do so, he must have his reasons." "What bullshit reason?" The woman suddenly got angry, and the dignity she struggled to maintain disappeared. She became shrewish and scolded, "Yuan Shu is a villain. Originally, with our cultivation, we should be assigned to a 2nd-grade area, or at least a 3rd-grade area. But now, First Senior Fellow Apprentice, we have been assigned to a 5th-grade area without Nimbus. It's impossible for such a barren place to have children with immortal latency." The young man fell silent, for the junior sister apprentice spoke his mind. Both of them were from a small cultivation sect, Huajian sect. A 1,000 years ago, Huajian sect was still an affiliated sect of Yushu sect, the largest sect in Zhouzhou region. It had been prosperous for a time because of the mountain behind it. After the bloody accident of Samsara, that shocked the cultivation circle, Yushu sect suffered a great loss, and Huajian sect was not spared. 90% of the talented disciples in the sect died, and the talents withered. There was a shortage of young people. In desperation, the head of the sect had to lower the threshold for accepting disciples and carry out a great reform. In the past, there was an iron rule for accepting disciples in the cultivation sections. Talent was the most important and temperament was the second. Only those with a complete spiritual root were qualified to be trained by the sect and step into the path of cultivation. After the reform, the disciples of Huajian sect were no longer limited to those with spiritual root. As long as they had a little bit of affinity with cultivation, they would be accepted and trained. This kind of disciples were also called children with immortal latency. Such behavior naturally made the disciples with spiritual root, who were originally superior, dissatisfied. Even the elders of the sect felt that it was absurd and a joke. Hua Jian's sect was in chaos for hundreds of years. It was not until a genius child with immortal latency was born that the method of recruiting children with immortal latency was finally recognized. Even if a lot of cultivation resources were wasted, it was not a loss if 1 in 1,000 children with immortal latency could cultivate to Zhuji realm. What's more, that genius was far beyond Zhuji realm. Now 1,000 years had passed. Although Hua Jian's sect was still a weak sect, it was much stronger than in the past. The young man dispelled these distracting thoughts and stopped thinking about these trivial things. Every 10 years, the sect would send 50 inherited disciples to travel for a year to recruit disciples. Each disciple would bring back no less than 2 children with immortal latency, and the more the better. This year, his brother and sister were also among them. Unfortunately, Uncle Master Yuan was in the way. It was really difficult for the 2 of them to bring back 4 children with celestial latency within a year. However, if they returned empty-handed, their cultivation resources would definitely be reduced. Therefore, when they left the sect, Junior Sister was already calculating in her heart that if she really couldn't find a suitable candidate, then she would just bring back 4 boys that she found pleasing to the eye. In any case, immortal fate was just a saying. Whether they were fated or not, it all depended on the 2 of them. Originally, he was not willing to deceive the master and the senior masters, but the 1-year period was coming. The young man's eyes darkened slightly. Yuan Shu, it's your fault. Don't blame me. Chapter 329. Senior Fellow Apprentice, there is a village here. Let's go down and have a look. The junior sister apprentice in red saw the smoke of Tieha village and asked. The young man nodded slightly. Suddenly, he felt someone was peeping at him and immediately turned his head to look at the direction of the gaze. It turned out that 2 teenagers happened to see the cloud. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and didn't care anymore. Senior Fellow Apprentice, what's wrong with you? The young man shook his head and landed in the middle of Tieha village. This scene was immediately seen by many villagers of Tieha village. For a time, the village was shocked and a large group of people ran to the direction where the cloud landed. Sister Su Li, look! The cloud fell from the sky. Yang Chuanbua, who also saw this change, exclaimed, Let's go and have a look. Then, he quickened his pace. Su Li narrowed her eyes and followed him. When they walked to the entrance of the village, they happened to meet a beautifully dressed girl who had just come out of the village head's home. When she saw Yang Chuanbua, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Then, she saw Su Li beside Yang Chuanbua. A trace of jealousy flashed on her delicate face, but she quickly recovered and greeted them in a crisp voice. Brother Chuanbua. Yang Chuanbua turned his head and saw the girl. He couldn't help but smile and called, Huan Huan. Hearing Yang Chuanbua's intimate address, Liu Huan was slightly happy and nodded repeatedly. I saw Grandpa and Aunt go there. Let's go. Then, she didn't wait for Yang Chuanbua to continue to say anything. She stepped forward to occupy Su Li's position and pushed his back to walk away. Feeling the warm and soft little hand behind him, Yang Chuanbua couldn't help walking and felt uncomfortable. He hurriedly said, Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Huan Huan, you have grown up. This is not appropriate. Liu Huan rolled her eyes and pouted. What's inappropriate? Brother Chuanbua, let's go. If we are late, we won't be able to see anything. Yang Chuanbua had no choice but to sigh secretly and follow Liu Huan's intention. The old village head was very prestigious in the town. He didn't want to offend the Li family and cause his uncle to look down on him. Seeing that Yang Chuanbua finally obeyed, Liu Huan's face was a little proud. Then, she didn't forget to show off to Su Li, who followed behind and said silently, You can never compete with me. Seeing this, Su Li couldn't help but feel speechless. She had lived for more than 1,000 years, and her temperament had long been tempered like iron and stone. There was no way she would stoop to the level of a 13-year-old Liu Huan. In this village, the only one who had some karma with her was Huang. She raised her head and looked over Li and Yang, falling on the place surrounded by a group of Tieha villagers not far away. There were two auras there, brilliant like lights in the dark night. Perhaps it was because this place was remote and it was impossible to meet people of the same Tao, or perhaps it was to intimidate mortals, but the two of them did not restrain their auras at all. Early-stage foundation establishment and two of them. Suli was slightly shocked, and a touch of caution appeared at the bottom of her eyes, but she was not nervous. With such a low cultivation, it was impossible for him to come for her. Even so, with her recovered strength, she could kill the two of them with one move. Liu Huan saw that Suli was not angry at all, but completely ignored her. She was very upset, but in front of Yang Chuanhua, she would not show her unruly side. She could only hold back her anger and wait to settle accounts later. At this moment, by the Taishui River, a group of villagers saw the two figures of a young man and a young woman after the clouds dispersed. They were all stunned, and then they began to point and whisper. The woman, who was treated like this for the first time in front of mortals, suddenly frowned and was angry. She was about to scold and frighten them, but was stopped by the young man, who shook his head and said, "It seems that this is a very rare barbarian land. Don't bother with them." The woman suddenly realized that the so-called barbarian land was the land of mortals who still didn't know what cultivation was. This place was really not ordinary and remote. "Barbarian? Who are you scolding, you little boy?" The young man did not transmit the sound, but his words were certainly heard by the villagers, which immediately aroused the anger of a group of people, and they were about to step forward to teach the young man a lesson. The young man frowned slightly, trouble. Although he acted calmly and reasonably, a cultivator was not a kind person, and killing one or two mortals was no burden for him. But at this moment, someone shouted, "The old village head is here." The young man's movement paused slightly, and then he saw a white-haired old man on crutches trembling in front of him, saluting and saying, "You two look extraordinary, so you must be of noble origin. May I ask why you come to my Tieha village?" The woman in red snorted coldly and said in a sweet voice, "We are inherited disciples of Hua Jian's sect, an immortal cultivation sect." Immortal cultivation sect? Hua Jian's sect? The old village head was at a loss. The woman's words were like playing the lute to a cow. Suli, who was standing in the crowd, blinked her eyes slightly. She had some impression of this sect. She didn't know if the current head of Hua Jian's sect was still the immortal Hua Yan, who was obsessed with flowers and started cultivation with flowers. What immortal cultivation? Are there really immortals in this world? Don't tell me these two are. While people were whispering, they thought of the way the two people came, and their faces changed with fear. If they were really immortals, didn't they just offend immortals? Today was the day off at the dock. Huang, who had slept all day, came sleepily. Seeing a large group of people around the river, he couldn't help but go forward curiously. When he saw the indifferent young man and woman surrounded in the middle, his face suddenly changed. He squeezed to the innermost area, plopped down on his knees and said, "Welcome, Huang Dashan. The mortals in the village have little knowledge and don't know your noble identity. Please be generous and don't stoop to our level." The old village head's face changed slightly. "Huang, you..." He suddenly remembered that Huang once said those crazy words. Could it be true? The young man looked a little relaxed and said lightly, "It seems that you have some knowledge, but your companions don't seem to believe it." Well, as he said, he touched the ring in his hand and a white light flashed instantly. Then people were surprised to find that there was a sword in the young man's hand. Only Huang panicked when he saw it. He wanted to say something, but it was obviously too late. The young man waved the sword lightly, and the arm of the man who scolded the most fiercely just now fell off. The blood splashed on the face of the farmer woman closest to him. "Ah!" The man stared blankly at his arm, which had fallen to the ground with a thud. A sharp pain suddenly assaulted him, causing him to scream out in pain. The surprise on everyone's face stopped abruptly, and was replaced by fear and panic. "Master! Master, how are you?" Looking at the villagers in chaos, the woman in red became more and more impatient. When she was about to kill the man to warn the others, Huang suddenly shivered and shouted, "Well done! Don't be angry, immortals. If you have any orders, we will go through fire and water for you without any hesitation." Reminded by Huang, the crowd finally came to their senses and realized what kind of existence they were facing. They all shut their mouths and dared not speak. Even the man whose arm had been chopped off had a pale face, and was trying hard not to make a sound. The old village head also came over, swallowed his saliva, and said with fear in his eyes, "Huang is right. Our Tieha village is willing to serve you." The young man looked at Huang with interest and said without concealment, "You have good eyesight. Unfortunately, you are old, or I would like to take you up the mountain to be a handyman supervisor." Huang bowed his head and said repeatedly, "Thank you for your kindness. Okay, eldest senior fellow apprentice, it's important to get down to business." The woman in red reminded him, and her finger moved from the ring. Huang was finally relieved when he saw it. The young man stopped talking and looked at the old village head. "It is a blessing for your Tieha village that we come here today. Our Huajian sect opens the gate every 10 years to accept new disciples. Hurry up and find all the children under the age of 16 in the village. My junior sister apprentice and I will pick 2 each and send them to the sect to seek immortality and Taoism." The old village head was stunned when he heard it. "Do you mean that the children in their village will become immortals like you in the future?" The woman smiled proudly and interrupted, "Of course. My senior fellow apprentice is the 3rd inherited disciple. How can he lie? Hurry up." As soon as the words came out, all the people who had children at home showed great joy on their faces. Without the old village head's order, they all went home to call their children. Even the man whose arm was cut off ran quickly. This was a chance to become an immortal, and no mortal didn't want to become an immortal. The woman showed a little pride as a cultivator on her face, but the young man who was used to this scene didn't change his expression. His eyes fell on the children who stayed here with a trace of yearning. Almost at a glance, the young man saw Suli. Although she had the black lotus ring to cover the traces of cultivation, her appearance after cultivation was naturally much more flexible than that of ordinary mortals. Coupled with the lotus-shaped mark at the corner of her eyebrows, she was quite outstanding among the many peasant children. Lotus birthmark? This woman is destined to be in Huajian sect. I have an explanation even in front of senior uncle. Thinking of this, the young man showed a trace of gentleness on his face. He waved to Suli and said slowly, "You, come to me." Huang followed the gaze and was not surprised to see Suli. But he inevitably felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. If Suli entered the sect, he was afraid that he would never have a chance to see her again in this life. Suli was slightly vigilant, but she looked innocent and ignorant on the surface. She walked to the young man obediently. When the young man saw the book bag on her back, his eyes became more gentle and he smiled. "It's better that you can read. It's easier to teach. What's your name? Whose child are you?" In the face of the young man's question, Suli did not answer, but turned her head and looked at Huang. Chapter 330. Although Suli's movement seemed quite weak, it was disguised by her age. In the eyes of the young man, it was ignorant of the world, and he didn't blame her. He followed Suli's gaze and looked at Huang. Then he looked more relaxed. "Is she your granddaughter?" Cold sweat appeared on Huang's forehead. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Immortal, Arya was from the Su family in the east of the village. After her father died, she was lonely, so I took her in as a companion. It has been 7 years now. When the young man heard this, he was more interested. In this way, after Huang died, Su Li would have no worries in the secular world and would not be involved in the mortal world. She would have an excellent immortal fate. It would be no trouble for him to send her to the sect. Well, I already know that your granddaughter is indeed destined to be an immortal. I will take her back to the sect and train her carefully as one of my selected children with immortal fate. When the young man said this, he frowned. He didn't want to ask Su Li's name for the second time. Huang gritted his teeth and said, "Immortal, please forgive me. At that time, Arya didn't have a formal name. I didn't know much, so I boldly used the name of a big shot to change her fate. Now I can't say this name in front of you." The young man raised his eyebrows, and the woman in red couldn't help but laugh at Su Li, who was cautious. "A big shot? Old guy, the big shot in your eyes may be less than an ant in our eyes." Huang smiled bitterly, opened his mouth and hesitated. "Arya's name is—" Seeing that he was still hesitating, the woman in red immediately became impatient. Liu Huan, who was standing next to Yang Chuanbua, seemed to realize that this was a good opportunity to stop Su Li from seeking immortality. She immediately shouted, "Su Li! Her name is Su Li, which means Lin Li." As soon as the words came out, the young man and the woman in red changed their faces. "This name. Wasn't it the one in Yushu sect? Senior brother, we can't bring him back to the sect." The woman in red raised her eyebrows and immediately opened her mouth to stop him. "Don't forget the relationship between the sect leader and Su and that person. If she finds out that a mortal dares to use this name and is brought into the sect to cultivate, she will definitely be furious. Perhaps even we will be implicated." After the red-clothed woman finished speaking, her face suddenly became a lot uglier. She had just said those words. If others were to know that she called that person an ant, wouldn't that mean, thinking of this, the woman in red lifted her head and her gaze shot towards Liu Huan like lightning. Liu Huan had never experienced such a sharp gaze before. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her body softened and she leaned against Yang Chuanbua's chest. But she was secretly delighted. She didn't expect that saying Su Li's name would really make her lose the chance to become an immortal. In this way, wouldn't his chances be even greater? Yang Chuanbua was at a loss of what to do. He looked at the old village head for help, but the old village head seemed not to see it. He stood aside like an old man and dared not to cross the line. The young man stood aside and frowned. Obviously, he was hesitant because of what his junior sister apprentice said. At this time, the villagers of Tieha village arrived with their children. The young man was slightly refreshed. He temporarily put Su Li's matter aside and carefully selected the children. The woman in red also temporarily withdrew her gaze and selected with her senior fellow apprentice. The test of spiritual root could only be carried out in the sect. For the two of them who went out to recruit disciples for the sect, it seemed that they could only choose from the appearance. Whoever was pleasing to the eye would get the opportunity to soar to the sky. Su Li quietly watched the two of them exclude the ordinary-looking children. Looking at the resentment and disappointment on the faces of the children's parents, a ripple appeared in her heart. There was no fairness in the world. People were born unequal. Some people were born as the sons of the sect leader with noble status and endless practice resources, while some people were born in poor families. They might not have a good end even if they worked hard all their lives. So some people said that they should accept their fate. Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly. Over the years, she intermittently learned what happened 1,000 years ago from Huang. Although there were many vague parts, she also speculated a lot of things. The broken mirror must have something to do with the old beggar. The number of practitioners who died because of the broken mirror was more than 100,000, which was far more than the number of talents from the Jiuzhou region who entered that year. She remembered that there were no more than 1,000 sect geniuses who entered the reincarnation mirror at the same time as her. but the number she heard now was 100 times larger. Other regions also participated, even the entire Qingshui circle. Su Li's eyes flashed with light. This conclusion was not difficult to guess, because no matter Lingli, Fang Yuan, or even Chu Qingning, they were not from the Jiuzhou region. Otherwise, it was impossible for her not to have any impression. For the entire Qingshui circle, her death seemed insignificant, and even Yushu sect was just a pawn. Opening the reincarnation mirror and then dying, that was her fate. All kinds of complex thoughts came to her mind. Suddenly, Su Li had another idea. As soon as this idea appeared, it lingered in her heart like a maggot attached to the bone and could not be dispersed. Although the reincarnation mirror was an ancient treasure of heaven and earth, she was the only one who was inherited the secret method to open it after all. Even the old beggar and others once said that she was half the owner of the reincarnation mirror. If she hadn't opened the reincarnation mirror for Yushu sect, she might have been a powerful person in the world now. Even with the help of the reincarnation mirror, she might have become one of the giants with the right to speak in Qingshui circle. But in the end she still couldn't let go of her master and the sect she had stayed in for 900 years. So, she resolutely opened the door of the reincarnation mirror with her body as the foundation. One wrong step, and the whole game was lost. She took a step, which was like sending a plate of fish to a group of robbers. From then on, she became the fish on the chopping board, which was eroded by all forces in Qingshui circle. They sent countless pawns to plunder everything that should belong to her. Would Lingli and Fang Yuan also be the pawns deliberately arranged by those chess masters? Su Li's hands hidden in her sleeves slowly clenched. Her lips were pale, and her eyes were dim. Finally, she suddenly relaxed. She didn't want to think about the answer to the question. When she recultivated to a certain realm, all the truth would be revealed naturally. By then, maybe she would be ready to accept cruelty. When she came to herself for a moment, the two people of Huajian sect finally looked at the qualified children of dozens of families in Tiehe village. Finally, the young man chose Yang Chuanbua, who had read books, and the other candidate was hesitant. The woman in red chose two boys who looked quite smart, and didn't even look at Li Yuehuan, who was full of longing. She didn't like to take jealous boys with her. The young man glanced at Su Li, who bowed her head and didn't know what she was thinking. He moved his eyes away and finally fell on Li Yuehuan. The latter immediately tensed up and nervously tidied the broken hair around her ears. There was a trace of fear in her panic. Her appearance was really pitiful, which made other teenagers in the village swallow their saliva secretly. However, the young man's face turned cold. He had climbed all the way from an outer court disciple to the position of a true inheriting disciple, and along the way, there had been countless female cultivators who wanted to climb into his bed. Li Yuehuan's expression was exactly the same as those cheap women, and just looking at her made him want to vomit. The young man sighed secretly, and finally looked back to Su Li. If he hadn't met Su Li, he wouldn't have had such a high requirement for selecting the child with immortal latency. But it was like tasting delicious food. Once the most delicious food was placed in the front, other food would become bland and tasteless. Well, it's a little troublesome, and it may not even be troublesome. The young man pondered in his heart and finally waved to Su Li and said, "Come here and leave with me." Su Li was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the young man still chose her after hearing her name. Although she felt strange in her heart, she still walked to the young man obediently and bowed her head in silence. "Senior fellow apprentice." The woman in red suddenly became anxious, but before she spoke, she was interrupted by the young man who waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I know what to do." Then he turned his head and asked, "Su Li, your name is troublesome, so I will give you a new name. Would you like to?" Su Li suddenly understood. It turned out that this was his idea. Huang's eyes brightened when he heard the words, and his intuition told him that this method was very good. But seeing that Su Li didn't respond, he suddenly became anxious and urged in a low voice, "Li, agree." Although he might never see Su Li again in this life after she entered the sect, as a grandfather, who didn't want his granddaughter to have a better future? Su Li heard the concern and eagerness in Huang's words, and her heart was slightly warmed. She raised her head and nodded. "Immortal, please give me a name." In such a situation, there was no room for her to refuse. If she really refused, it was likely that she would not be able to enter the sect, and if the young man was a little narrow-minded, he might kill her at will. At that time, she would have to show her real cultivation to resist. Even if she was killed, it would definitely attract the attention of Hua Jian's sect, and then enter the sight of Yushu sect and even more people. She couldn't bear such consequences now. Of course, the young man didn't know that Su Li had thought so much in just a few breaths, and he didn't know that he was on the verge of death. He saw Su Li's well-behaved appearance and the pure pneuma she exuded, which made him feel very comfortable. A faint smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth. "That's good. Since you are willing, I must give you a good name. On the way back to the sect, I will think about it and tell you. If you succeed in your cultivation in the future, it is okay to change back to the original name." "Thank you, Immortal." Su Li saluted respectfully, but she knew that the second half of the young man's words was completely polite. If she changed her name without the young man's cultivation, it would inevitably cause the young man's displeasure. Chapter 331. Stimulated by the two, the cloud flew extremely fast. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Except for Su Li, the fear and reluctance of Yang Chuanhua and others faded away, leaving only excitement and novelty. However, with the deterrence of the young man, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Su Li glanced at the young man who was concentrating on flying, and her expression was indifferent. Before leaving, Huang took her hand and said a lot of things to her. "Girl, you have to remember that the cultivation sect is not a good place. When I was in Yushu sect, I saw many handyman disciples die violently, and even the official disciples of Ymen branch lived carefully for fear of losing their lives. After entering the sect, remember to be careful in everything, and don't act rashly to offend others. You are a sensible girl, alas." It could be seen that Huang was very worried about her, and there were many things he didn't tell her, but there was no time for him to nag. Su Li didn't promise Huang. Although going to Hua Jian's sect was within her control, everything in the world was variable. Even if she was reborn in the illusion, she couldn't protect herself, let alone now. After a while, Su Li raised her head and looked at the mountain not far below the cloud like Yang Chuanhua and others. There, she could vaguely see a sense of familiarity. The mountain gate of Hua Jian's sect should be here. Sure enough, soon after, the young man and the woman controlled the magic weapons to descend at the same time. After passing through a cloud of miasma, a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist came into view, which was completely different from the frozen world outside. The mountain peaks were like spring all year round, with birds singing and fragrant flowers, like a paradise isolated from the world. Occasionally, white cranes could be seen flying up from the mountain peaks in a graceful posture, like a fairyland. Several children widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "What a beautiful place! Is this the place where immortals live?" Yang Chuanhua opened his mouth wide. At a young age, he never thought that there would be such beautiful mountains and rivers in the world. Su Li also pretended to be inexperienced on the surface, but she was secretly awestruck. When she passed through the miasma just now, she clearly felt that the second layer of the mountain-guarding matrix of Hua Jian's sect was opened. At that time, she was the holy girl of Yushu sect, relying not only on her strong cultivation and combat capability, but also on the realm of tactical matrix master. Hua Yan wanted to establish her own sect. As her best friend, She gave her the triple star-stacked mountain guarding matrix as a congratulatory gift. As its name suggested, the matrix was divided into 3 layers. The first layer only activated the illusory array and the low-level defensive array, which could be maintained by consuming the lowest grade of low-grade spirit stones. The second layer activated the illusory array, defensive array, and a part of the killing array at the same time, which required the consumption of low-grade spirit stones. It could only be activated when the sect was in danger. As for the third layer, it needed precious upper-grade spiritual stones to increase the power of the tactical matrix. Huajian's sect was a small sect. Not to mention upper-grade spiritual stones, even the reserves of middle-grade spiritual stones were not enough. If the third layer of the tactical matrix was really opened, Huajian's sect would not be far from being destroyed. Now Huajian's sect looked very peaceful, and they even had the leisure to go out to look for new disciples. Why would they open the second tactical matrix? Su Li's heart was full of doubts, but this question was obviously not what she could ask. She could only put it in her heart and explore it later. Not long after, the young man and the woman led Su Li and others to an open space on the top of a mountain. Someone on the mountain saw them and hurried over immediately. Taking advantage of this time, the young man explained, "There are 4 peaks in Huajian's sect. Among them, Baihua Peak is the residence of the headmaster, and there are not many disciples there. Among the other 3 peaks, Fujian Peak and Danxia Peak are for the disciples of Naiman Branch. All the disciples of Naiman Branch stay in Qinghua Peak. This is Qinghua Peak." Then he looked at Su Li and said, "From now on, your name will be Su Yu." Su Li was slightly stunned. After thinking of the figure in the reincarnation mirror, she nodded. She didn't dislike this name. The real Su Yu should also live well in Qingshui's circle. If there was a chance in the future, she could see her. Hearing the young man's words, the woman smiled slightly and thought to herself, "Romantic Hua, Shuyue, senior fellow apprentice Han Feng, has 2 maids named Hua and Shui respectively. That's probably how the word Yu came about. It's really casual." While they were talking, 2 middle-aged men in cyan standard robes had arrived quickly. Under the astonished gaze of Yang Chuanbua and others, they respectfully saluted to the young man and the woman. "Greetings, Senior Uncle Han and Senior Uncle Ruan." Han Feng nodded slightly and glanced at the surprised children, but didn't explain. He told the middle-aged man in cyan, "Take them to the testing stone, and I will come later." Then, Han Feng and the woman surnamed Ruan floated away under the envious gaze of the middle-aged man in cyan. After a long time, the middle-aged man in cyan, who looked older, withdrew his gaze and looked indifferent again. He said, "Come with me. You may have many questions in your mind, but it doesn't matter. As long as you stay in the sect for a while, you will understand everything. Now, come with me." Hearing this, Yang Chuanbua and others didn't dare to act rashly and hurriedly followed him. Su Li deliberately fell behind and walked at the end. Walking to a spacious square on the mountainside, the 2 middle-aged men in cyan stopped. Yang Chuanbua and others were surprised to find that there were no less than 100 children in addition to them at this moment. Their ages ranged from 10 to 16 years old. Many of them were very well dressed, and it was obvious that they were of noble birth. After the middle-aged man in cyan sent them here, he left. Without the discipline of adults, the children immediately chatted in groups of 3 or 4. Sister Su Yu, do you know what the spirit testing stone is?" Yang Chuanbua was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat and almost spilled the beans. The other 2 boys' faces were pale. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to speak. Such a big scene had already exceeded the scope of what they could accept. Su Li shook her head and didn't speak. Yang Chuanbua just thought that she was also nervous, so he could only helplessly wait aside. Su Li looked at the black and lustrous square stone tablet in the square, which was as tall as a person. This was the testing stone, a low-level magic treasure specially used to test the spiritual root. At most, it could test the middle-grade spiritual root. The mountain gate occupied by Hua Jian's sect was not full of nimbus. It would be lucky if there could be a disciple with a complete spiritual root in the surrounding area. Probably they never thought that they could test the middle-grade spiritual root. As for the principle of the testing stone, it was very simple. As long as there was spiritual power in the body to resonate with it, it could distinguish the strength of the spiritual root according to the degree of resonance. There was no nimbus in the body of mortals, so they could only rely on the spiritual root to resonate. This was also the simplest and fastest way for many sects to select disciples from the secular world. Thinking of this, Su Li's eyes flickered slightly. She had reached the third hurdle of Lianqi realm now, and there was a spiritual power whirlpool in her body. As long as she wanted, she could even imitate the resonance of the supergrade spiritual root. What's more, she was a body of evil ghost, and even natural law would be afraid of her talent. The low-level method of testing the spiritual root was not suitable for her at all. Now, the only thing that made her feel embarrassed was to what degree of spiritual root to expose. It was true that she could make herself one of the inconspicuous handymen of Hua Jian's sect without triggering the testing stone at all. But if she wanted to recover as soon as possible, she must need practicing resources. Only by becoming an official disciple could she have the opportunity to get practicing resources. Moreover, handyman disciples had no human rights in the sect, and no one would care if they were killed at will. Even if she wanted to recultivate quietly, it would be very difficult. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the children. Su Li looked in the direction of the loudest voice. It turned out that there were two more children, a boy and a girl, who were dressed in well-tailored golden clothes. They behaved with nobility, as if they were princes and princesses from the royal family, which made all the other children present feel ashamed. The boy in golden clothes looked proud and glanced at the audience. There was a sneer on his childish and fair face. He was different from these lowly and poor people, but his father asked him to test the spiritual root in the same place with this group of garbage. It was disgusting. "All right, I'll see you off here. Don't let me down," the woman who brought her tongue said indifferently, and the boy in golden clothes restrained his arrogance and saluted. "Thank you, First Senior Sister Apprentice." First Senior Sister Apprentice? Hearing this title, the woman slightly twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't say anything and turned away. Shortly after she left, many children suddenly surrounded the boy in golden clothes. Forming cliques in order to survive was something that started from the moment they entered the sect. "Shall we go there too?" In the small group of Tieha village, one of the two boys couldn't help but ask. Su Li vaguely remembered that his name was Chen Hu. The other boy, Wang Xiai, immediately looked at Yang Chuanbua. Yang Chuanbua hesitated and glanced at Su Li, who was unmoved. In the end, he sighed and didn't take any action. "If you don't go, I will." Chen Hu looked at the golden-robed boy, and yearning flashed in his eyes. He then tugged at Wang Xiai, who was beside him. Wang Xiai looked like he was in a difficult position, but when he saw more and more people around the golden-robed boy, he couldn't help but leave with Chen Hu. Yang Chuanbua was slightly anxious, but because he couldn't let go of Su Li, he didn't follow them. Su Li sighed secretly. "For the sake of the ring of reincarnation mirror," she said, "wait a little longer. It's too early to choose now." Hearing Su Li's words, Yang Chuanbua suddenly froze, and immediately looked at Su Li with confusion and doubt. Sister Arya seemed to be a little different, but he had too little knowledge. Except for the word different, he couldn't say a specific word to describe it. He just felt that he should listen to Su Li. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly burst over the field, like a thunder. "What are you doing?" A group of children crowded together were immediately frightened and in a mess. Many children were trampled and injured. Chapter 332. When the green-robed stewards heard this, their expressions changed. Without saying a word, they rushed down to save several severely injured children who were about to be trampled to death. Among them was Chun, who, at this moment, his face was covered in blood and he was crying loudly. Even if he could survive, his face would be disfigured. Wang Xiai was also slightly injured, but he was much better than Chun, who. Yang Chuanbo looked at this scene with lingering fear. Fortunately, he listened to Su Li and didn't go over. Otherwise, he would probably end up like Chun, who. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Su Li beside him, but found that the latter saw such a bloody scene without any change of expression on her face. Yang Chuanbo became more and more confused. Was this still the sister Su Li he knew before, who didn't even dare to kill a chicken? Right at this moment, the black-robed old man finally descended from the sky. With a sweep of his sharp gaze, all the children were immediately intimidated, and in an instant, there was absolute silence. The elder coughed slightly and said loudly, "Little kids, I am the elder of Wyman Branch. I am responsible for testing your spiritual root. Now come over and line up for the test one by one. Inku, watch carefully. If anyone dares to make a ruckus, kick him out of the sect." Yes. The middle-aged man in cyan clothes who had brought Su Li and others to the open space stepped forward and responded. Then he arranged the line in an orderly manner with many stewards behind him. Yang Chuanbo and Su Li lined up in the middle. Su Li looked around the line and saw at a glance that the boy in gold clothes was at the front of the line. But at this moment, the boy in gold clothes was a little disheveled and looked quite embarrassed. He was almost injured in the chaos just now. On the contrary, the girl in gold clothes was still the same. Her eyes were timid and she didn't have the arrogance of the boy in gold clothes. The black-clothed elder walked to the front of the stone tablet and pressed his palm on the stone surface. The whole stone surface suddenly lit up slightly and then dimmed down. Seeing this, he nodded and turned back indifferently. "The first one, come to my side." The boy in gold clothes looked a little respectful, but not nervous. The royal family he was born in had some connection with cultivation, so it was not difficult to find a low-grade spiritual stone for testing in advance. Place your hand on the stone tablet, empty your mind, and feel it with all your heart. Under the guidance of the black-robed elder, the golden-robed boy gradually relaxed. At the same time, the stone's surface glowed with a golden luster. Although it was very dim, and could not be seen without careful observation, the black-robed elder's face quickly softened. 60% gold spirit root, not bad, it's enough to become an inner disciple of our sect. What's your name? The golden-robed boy was delighted when he heard the words. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Elder, my name is Jin Wei." The old man in black nodded and said with a faint smile, "There is a good seedling in this generation of the Jincheng royal family." Jin Wei heard the praise from the elder of the Immortal Gate, and he became complacent for a moment. The arrogance that he had restrained just now appeared again. He stood beside the steward who passed the test and looked at the children who were still queuing up. His nose was almost up to the sky. The second one was Jin Wei's sister, Jin Ing. Obviously, her status in the royal family was not very high, and she had not tested her spiritual root in advance. Her little face looked quite perturbed. She could come with Jin Wei this time because Jin Wei liked her very much. According to the black-robed elder's words, a layer of golden light immediately lit up when she put her tender palm on it. The brightness was even higher than that of Jin Wei. 80% gold spirit root, good. The black-robed elder's eyes brightened, and he said good 3 times in a row. He looked at Jining as if he had found a treasure and said, "Little girl, what's your name?" His tone was obviously softer than when he talked to Jin Wei before. My name is Jining," Jining said timidly, but her big bright eyes could not hide her joy. She was not a fool. Although she did not understand what 80% gold spirit root meant, one thing was certain, that her future in Huajian's sect was bound to be more brilliant than that of her royal brother. Jining. Good name. Stay by my side. The black-robed elder gently told her, and then turned to a steward and ordered, inform the mount heads quickly. The black-robed elder calculated in his heart. An 80% gold spirit root was enough to cause the inner elders to fight for it. Qinghua Mount was called Weimen Mount because there were too few geniuses in the younger generation. Decades ago, Weimen Mount belonged to Li Guang's Fujian Mount. But unexpectedly, the old guy was so lucky that he received a child with immortal latency with acquired body of sword. Now the disciple had entered Yushu sect and was not in Huajian sect, but as long as the person was still alive, Fujian Mount would not fall into Weimen Mount. This experience naturally made the mount heads of Huajian sect begin to pay attention to the children with immortal latency. As long as there was a good seedling among the children, it would inevitably cause a fierce competition. At the same time as the black-robed elder gave the order, several disciples of Weimen branch who were watching from the periphery also quietly retreated, and it seemed that they left for the other two mount gates. Okay, continue the test. The black-robed elder calmed down and finally remembered that the spirit test had just begun, so he began to restore the order. However, elite disciples like Jincheng royal family were rare after all. Then dozens of children's palms pressed on the testing stone, but there was no reaction at all. Without the spiritual root, there were only two ways out. One was to continue to stay in Weimen Mount as a handyman disciple to seek a glimmer of immortal latency. The other was to go down the mountain and go home to be an honest mortal. But if they didn't know, it would be fine. These children had come to Huajian's sect, a land of immortals, and saw the flying immortals. How could they be willing to go back to the original place and continue to live their lives facing the yellow soil? Therefore, all the children who had not been tested with the spiritual root chose to start as a handyman disciple on Qinghua Mount, just like Huang in the past. They still had a glimmer of luck in their hearts. The black-robed elder was disappointed again, and soon gave up the idea of testing in person. He asked the steward to take over, and he sat aside with Jining to get closer to them. Jin Wei, who stood alone on the side, was very embarrassed. Who could have thought that his sister, whom he brought as a concubine casually, had a better talent than him? When he thought that he could not have Jining as his own in the future, and it was very likely that he would have to compete with others for Jin Ying's heart, he felt sick in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the test team had gone halfway. Su Li suddenly raised her head to look at the sky, and then quickly lowered her head. No one saw this scene except Yang Chuanhua, who had been paying attention to her. He looked up at the blue sky and was about to ask Su Li what she was looking at. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, gusts of violent wind blew from the sky, and the team of children suddenly swayed. Yang Chuanhua was the first to bear the brunt of the wind. He was blown to tears and couldn't open his eyes. After the wind dissipated, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the field. When the black-robed elder saw them, he complained in his heart. Why did these 3 come together? While thinking, he quickly stepped forward and saluted. Senior Fellow Apprentice Li, Senior Sister Apprentice Wang, Mount Head. The middle-aged Taoist, who stood on the leftmost and was called Mount Head by the elder, snorted when he heard the words. Only when he saw the little girl, Jining, who was held by him, did he look better. He turned to the other 2 and said, Junior Fellow Apprentices and Junior Sister Apprentices, it's not easy for Qinghua Mount to have such an outstanding talent. Don't compete with me, okay? The middle-aged Taoist was Yuan Shu, the Mount Head of Qinghua Mount. Among the other 2, the thin one in a black robe and carrying a long sword was Han Feng's master, the Mount Head of Fujianfeng, who discovered the genius with acquired body of sword. Li Guang. And the other female practitioner in a light black dress was Wang Yu, the Mount Head of Danxia Mount. Wang Yu looked at Jining, who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, with a smile and retorted, "Senior fellow apprentice, you are wrong. Jining is a girl, and it's a little inconvenient for her to follow you. Besides, there are few female disciples on Qinghua Mount. If she doesn't come to Dansha Mount, she will be ruined by you. If you really want this girl, you'd better take her back. I will teach her personally and cultivate her to be a talent." Yuan Shu scolded her for being cunning in his heart, but he still smiled and shook his head. "Impossible. There are many female disciples on Qinghua Mount, and male disciples can also thrive. Junior sister apprentice, don't talk about the difference between men and women. At worst, I will throw away my dignity and send her to the main peak." The smile on Wang Yu's face immediately disappeared. This old fox really refused to suffer losses, but she was not so easily persuaded. She turned to look at Jining, who looked innocent. "I think it's up to this girl to decide which peak to go to. What do you think, senior fellow apprentice?" Yuan Shu was slightly stunned and didn't know what Wang Yu was planning. But when he thought that his junior fellow apprentice and Jining had been intimate for a long time, he was about to agree. At this moment, the stewards suddenly exclaimed. The spiritual testing stone suddenly emitted a very strong blue light, which was even more intense than Jin Ying's. Everyone's attention was attracted, and then their eyes fell on Yang Chuanbua, who was standing beside the stone tablet and at a loss. A complete spiritual root. The three mount heads reacted and were overjoyed. They flashed to Yang Chuanbua's side. "What's your name?" Li Guang restrained his temper and squeezed out a gentle smile on his face, which had never been smiling. Han Feng, who came with Li Guang, saw this scene and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Master, his name is Yang Chuanbua, and I brought him up the mountain." Yang Chuanbua, a young man born in a barbarian land, had a complete water spiritual root. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. This was a complete surprise. In this way, he would definitely get a large reward from his master, and he would also form a good relationship with Yang Chuanbua. "My name is Han Feng, and you have to call me first senior fellow apprentice in the future." Looking at Yang Chuanbua, who was confused, the young man said his name with a smile, but he didn't even look at Su Li, who was favored by him before. "Yang, would you like to practice with me?" Li Guang couldn't wait to ask. Yuan Shu and Wang Yu changed their expressions and immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Junior fellow apprentice. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.